All right, so we'll go ahead and get started. Am I echoing?
No, sorry, it was me.
Okay. I'll sign on eventually. So it's 5:37 p.m. We are going to get started. This is the May 28th, if you can believe it, Outdoor Dining Working Group meeting for Manhattan Community Board 2. I am Valerie Della Rosa. I'm the chair. I have to remember that I have to look, I think, at this and not at this. The chair of the Outdoor Dining Working Group, and I'm also the chair of Manhattan Community Board 2. Brian Pape is here. He is also our assistant secretary of the board, and he also he's a member of this working group and is on the SLA 2 committee and also the landmarks committee. And then we have Stella Fitzgerald, who is the vice chair of the working group and is also on our land use committee and traffic and transportation committee. We have Donna Raftery, who is on the working group, who's on Zoom. Hi, come on in. If you can sign in, then I'll, Donna Raftery, who is a member of the working group and also the chair of SLA 1 and SLA 2 and a member of the land use committee. I also see Carter Booth is likely en route, but also online for right now. And he is a member of this working group and also a former board chair and on the SLA committee and land use. May I ask a question? Are you here for a specific application?
Yeah, GVI West Village.
GVI. Oh, perfect. Okay, great. So you're number 3. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
that's all for us.
Okay, what's your name?
Raquel.
Okay, hi, I'm Valerie. Nice to see you. Great. So we're going to go in the order as presented on here. And you can take a copy of the agenda if you'd like. Okay, great. So, great. So we have 21 applications on the agenda this evening. Agenda item number 6, Caticho Inc, DBA El Corral at 176 Prince Street for a sidewalk cafe. They have withdrawn their application. They notified the board and the board office confirmed that with DOT this afternoon. So we will not be hearing agenda item 6. We are going to go in order of the agenda items as presented on the agenda. It's kind of a mouthful. Well, oh, great. So Stella's already put it in the chat. It's there. I know I've got some applicants here on the room that I'm going to offer that are further down on the agenda to go ahead, but we're going to start with the first couple that we have here, and then we'll get those here. If you'll just give me a few minutes, I'm sure that there are people on Zoom that are with applications specifically to speak on the behalf of the application as like the owner, the owner's rep, as well as members of the public here to speak on specific applications. And my goal is to get you out of here as soon as possible. So applications that have people here from the public or have people here on behalf of the applicant, we're going to get through those first. So that way everyone can be on their way. And then applications that don't appear to have anyone, we will save them towards the end. We're going to call each application up individually in the order presented on the agenda. We will ask if there's anyone from the public here to speak on the application, and then we will offer the applicant, if they are present, to speak on behalf of the application, as well as be available for questions from the committee. All of this is optional. It is optional for applicants to be here, the public, for the committee to be here. All of this is optional. So we ask that everyone be polite and kind, and we will get you out of here as soon as possible. Please direct all comments towards the committee, and applicants, if there's anything from the public that you wish to address, please address it to the committee. We will not have any back and forth. Speakers will have 2 minutes to speak. And I think that's all that I can think of for now. We are an advisory opinion. We will go through all 21 applications, and then we will go into business session at that time, where there will be no more comment from applicants or from the public unless the committee has a question. So other than that, we will get started. So I'm going to call up Monte's Trattoria Ltd, DBA Monte's Trattoria at 97 MacDougal Street for a Roadway cafe. And I don't have the RSVP sheet pulled up just yet, Stella. Can you let me know if we're expecting someone?
No.
Okay, so we're not expecting anyone on this application. So does the committee want to discuss this application now, or do you want to talk about it in business session?
Well, I just noticed when I went by there today that there's a manhole right in the middle, right at the curb, right in the middle of the property, right at the curb. So, you know, that's something to be considered.
And it's not on the site plan.
Don't know.
Okay, so we'll continue that discussion in business session if that's good for everyone. Okay, great. So next we're gonna go to Little Lucky's LLC, DBA Lucky SoHo at 224 Lafayette Street. And again, if there's anyone from the public that wished to speak on Monte's and I didn't get, because I was moving a little fast, raise your hand for that. And if you'd like to speak from the public on Lucky SoHo at 224 Lafayette for a sidewalk cafe, please raise your hand now. Okay, we have one person. So if you want to come sit up, yeah. You can just come sit here. Yep. So let's see who we have. So we have Pete Davies. Pete, would you like to? Okay, someone gave permission to talk. Pete?
Yeah,
Great.
hello.
Hi.
Thank you. Yeah, speaking about the application for Little Lucky's at 224 Lafayette. I'm confused by the site plan. It doesn't seem to show the residential entrances on either side of the establishment. And I believe another neighbor did send in some information on this, but I'm not certain. It's not showing any clearance on the site plan for those residential doors, 5-foot clearance. So anyway, it also doesn't show, as far as I can tell from what's drawn, the perimeter barrier of the tables and chairs on the sidewalk. So perhaps just clarity from the applicant will get this along. Also, one last thing. This past winter, there was a structure built for, protecting the entranceway from the weather. And that was used as an enclosed sidewalk cafe. If we could just get clarity about the viability of such structures with seating inside, I think that would be useful not only for this location, but for others. So thank you very much.
Great. Is there anyone else from the public that wishes to speak on this application? Okay, thank you, Pete. So if you want to introduce yourself, excuse me, and introduce yourself and your role, and then if you'd like to address any of those questions, feel free to.
Yeah, I'm Amanda. I'm the general manager of Lucky's, which opened in July of last year. Really tiny location, if you're familiar with it. So outdoor dining is really, really important to us as making the business viable. We just have about, we have 8 tables inside. So yeah, this is super important to us. As for some of those questions, the residential entrance, if I didn't show it on the drawing, that's my bad. I submitted that, so I can fix that and make sure those are reflected and that we have proper clearance. The sidewalk barrier, we actually just purchased sidewalk barriers, so I didn't include them on the drawing, but I did send them in. I think it was to Florence. I sent in a picture of the barriers that I purchased, just because I was told that we needed them to be compliant. So I purchased branded ones and I sent a picture in response to the invitation. So I should have a picture of those. If not, I can send it through or I can pull it up. I think I could probably find it. But we do have two barriers, similar to what our neighbors have next door, Daxwick Frida.
Could you send it to, because we can have our, DM forward it to us right now.
Yes, absolutely. Right now? Yeah, I can do that.
Sure. Absolutely. Perfect. I know it's, so yeah, I'm gonna send it to that.
Okay, great. Real quick.
She might be here till 6, but she's not, she's working. Okay, so barriers you have, we're gonna see that photo in a few minutes. And then what was the other question? From Pete or, yeah.
Okay, quoting it right this second, info at Manhattan.
Those look like the diagram extends beyond the storefront.
Extends beyond the storefront.
There's a line about here that indicates the property line. And then you have a line here that indicates the barrier.
Hi. Can I see? Sorry.
Sign it.
And by the way,
Can you sign in?
we don't.
And if you can tell me what agenda item you are.
Opine
Fix
on
that.
the
I'm just
barriers.
not great with architectural drawings.
Yeah.
So basically, is it going, it's going from here to here, or is it going from here to here?
The patio itself goes from the edge of the window
Uh-huh.
to the edge of the window.
Oh,
basically.
like here to
Yeah.
here?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay.
So, and then I sent in this picture, I just forwarded it, so I'll just pull it up, of just some
Sure.
barriers that I purchased.
Okay.
Just 2 barriers that basically like block the front. So tables will go like basically right in front of the windows.
Okay.
And they shouldn't extend past the windows,
Okay, so.
because we hope to have the windows open.
Okay, so they're within the windows.
Right, so in that regard, the distance from that residential door on the left side of your storefront, we need to measure 5 feet from the door jamb to perpendicular to that, that's the access pathway.
To the table or to like a chair?
Well, to your barrier,
Got it.
which encloses where the tables and chairs are. And other than that, the layout, it seems to be totally adequate in terms of, well, you show it in your photographs, although you don't have a barrier in the photograph, so it does look like you have room for the tables and chairs
Yeah.
served from your main entrance, main door. So that's key, and that's a major part. So this is the details of, okay, where does that seating end in
Mhm.
terms of clearing all of the regulations that the city has put in place?
Yeah, I guess I could kind of shift over and where did I put it? I would probably have to, if this for the
I want
5
this to be
feet.
touchscreen. So, okay, so you're saying like the window,
Yeah, so you can kind of see here, like what that,
oh, yeah.
so this window, like, and this, and I put in the, application or like the, what's it called? The, certification for this hatch to put a table on top, because it's a new hatch.
Great.
The table would just go right on top of that hatch.
Sure.
And the drawing shows 2 tables, but honestly, I don't think we can really fit more than 2 tables on top of that hatch, so it might be 1. So
Yeah.
I can always shift that
Well,
and change that.
And again, even that part, now, the SLA, if you serve liquor, they are interested in exactly the size of the tables and
Yeah.
the chairs. Once we have determined what the regulations say your barriers should be in terms of enclosing the seating, what you do inside there, how many seats you have, is a matter of your practicality of serving it. So we're not as sticklish about the exact.
I mean, I would say the only thing would be the entrances or.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, the standpipe here.
Yes.
So from our conversations with DOT in the past, or at least I'm under the understanding that this table would also not be able to be here like they measure 5 feet instead of like as a radius for this, which would make sense. They've told us before that they measure it just horizontally. So like, it looks like maybe there was a table
There
here.
was, and I got rid of it
Yeah.
because of the standpipe.
Right.
Yeah.
From our past applications would have had a similar situation where they've tried to put a table here. DOT has said you can't do that.
Or this one here.
Yeah,
I mean, I think,
but with the primary building entrance
It's
there.
also kind of like, the standpipe is like in a little bit more. It was
Yeah.
hard to,
Yeah,
because you know how the entranceway?
Right here.
Yeah, oh, yeah, it's
This is an old photo on Google Maps.
in that entrance almost.
Yeah,
So
so
that probably, I see what you're saying.
yeah, I mean, I think the one outstanding thing would be the two primary building entrances, which are the main egress for those buildings. And it might be that, because you say this is 20 feet, like if you just go in to those 4 tables, I think that might work. But otherwise, the 5 feet on each side would be our comment for the primary building entrance, which is nothing that we made up. It's what's in the rules.
Absolutely.
this is one of the areas where the regional corridor was shrunk. The clear path was shrunk from 10 to 8.
They're claiming that, or they're,
That's true. Between Lafayette and
Oh.
Canal Street on regional corridor, it can be reduced to an 8-foot clear path. Technically, the language is where a 10-foot clear path is not feasible. But I don't know. If we,
I mean, I
How much we
think, look, I get what she's saying, you have 8 tables inside,
It's little.
I know you've gone down to, but I would say that would be our comment, would be to go the 5 feet entrance.
yeah.
I think you are making a concerted effort here for the 8 feet. There is an exception on Lafayette to go down to the 8 feet, which I'm sure was communicated to, so I don't think we have a problem with that on this particular one. They're not really trying to do a whole why. So that would be our comment, would be the modification would be to go down for the entrance. Because otherwise what happens is, I think people start to put in complaints, and then it gets, and when I say people, I mean like the public, or because the chairs tend to start to go into the entrance area, which is why the 5 feet is there. So that's our comments, I think. Anything else, Carter, Donna? Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, any other questions for us?
Do I need to resubmit my drawing with anything, or what?
We can send
Or will you
over,
guys
like,
send
you don't have to commit to it right now. You can take a look at what we're suggesting and take a look at it, look at your business plans and all of that, and decide if that's something you want to take the suggestion and make the adjustment. Then we'll be able to approve it with modifications and cut the 30 days time. Otherwise, like, those are our,
I guess my question
Yeah.
in terms of the 5-foot rule, because obviously, I mean, you see our storefront's quite small, it would be hard to, like, I think, this window, like, kind of is 5 feet. If we have proper barriers that we're ensuring that our chairs are not, crossing into that path. And obviously, I mean, we make a really concerted effort to like know every single neighbor that lives upstairs. Like, we have all of their numbers and like make sure that if they have complaints, like, they can come to us. That if we just make sure that those, there's no chairs going into that space and it's barriered off, if we could like, make that work. I think that's my only question.
I offer it to the rest of the,
We haven't heard any definitive definitions back from
From
DOT.
DOT, yeah.
So that's where it's difficult, but that's been our interpretation, but they've not provided us with
Understood.
specific definition. They seem reluctant to define things which are important to everybody. So it's not very clear where that would result. But one of the things is that we don't want you to be delayed and called out for city council for this, which would be an additional cost. So that's what happens if there's not agreement with the sidewalk cafe applications. It's just the process that the city had put together.
Okay. But we'll talk about it more in business session. Like I said, you don't have to give it definitive. And let's see where we land in business session on it. So thank you for your
Thank you so
question or
much.
comment. Sure. Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on Little Lucky's. And next we're gonna go to GVI West Village LLC, DBA Vincer Inc. at 192 7th Avenue South for a sidewalk cafe. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to testify on this application? If so, please raise your hand. Do we have anyone? Okay, so Rakesh?
Yeah.
Yep, come on up, you sit here. If you have something you'd like to say about your application, you're more than welcome to, but please, if you want to make a statement, some people do, some people don't.
Yeah.
But we'll pull it up and we might have some questions, so please state your full name and affiliation.
Sure. I'm Rakesh Chandy-Ramani. I'm the founder, owner and operator of Vasio Bar Wine Bar. We've been in the West Village for about 14 years. Started just at a tiny place right across the street at 201 West 11th and had continued the journey, just moving to the south corner. And so now in the spirit of just trying to make it through the times that we're in, obviously, taking advantage of the generous program the city has offered to extend our seating. And as such, we have submitted our plan to the community board for approval or for hopeful approval to be able to place outdoor seating and enjoy the warmer weather, just given the obviously just the beauty of the neighborhood. So we've, as I mentioned, been in the community for about 14 years, been responsible, call it operators. There's been no violations that we've occurred with our liquor license or otherwise. So we hope to continue, the journey with the extended seating.
It is a journey, isn't it? And I love that you said that it's a generous program, because it really truly is. I do agree with that. I think it's a very generous program. So thanks for your comments on that and welcome. Okay, so let me just pull up the application here. I know everyone else is pulling it up as well. Let me just put this. 14 years, a lot has changed, huh?
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just get this view. Okay, so
It looks like
yes.
maybe at one point there was seating on 11th Street in the diagram and then it was removed.
Yeah, we removed that. So the building, our commercial entrance sits on 7th Avenue and the residential entrance wraps around on West
Okay.
11th Street. So we made sure to remove those tables to avoid any disruption for tenants going to the building. There's roughly about 3 tenants. They're full floor apartments. We have a good relationship with them, but just in the spirit of making sure that we maintain that, didn't want to conflict with obstructing their entrance.
Okay.
Another question.
Go ahead.
Can you talk about at the southern end,
Yep.
this table down here?
Yeah,
Is that considered your storefront down here?
the storefront does wrap around that south corner there. And that's a brick wall. So
Oh.
yeah, that round top actually sits just in front of a brick wall.
Yeah, I think
And that brick wall, as it extends further down south, there's another storefront there, which is like a candy store.
let me,
Just open.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right. Do they still have the lines?
I believe so. I've seen it.
Okay, yeah.
so
That's
would
fine.
it be like tucked in
You got it.
here?
That's right. Yeah. It'd be tucked in that corner right there. So you
It
have.
comes out, that wall does
Yeah,
come out a little bit, yeah.
Is that, I'm wondering though, if that's considered your storefront? Like if your storefront ends here
Yeah.
or,
It's kind of this, we took it as an up for grab space, given the sense that, given the fact there's really nothing that sits on top of it, it's just kind of this blank brick wall. If it's an item of contention, we're willing to concede on it, but if it's up for grabs, then we'll take it.
Yeah, I think that what we've been told is that storefront, no matter what the configuration of the building is in
Sure.
a village, there's a lot of odd angles where the property line comes
Yeah,
to the sidewalk at an angle. Everything is measured perpendicular
right,
to the front.
to the front, right?
So in this case, that would seem to end at the furthest point in where it's recessed.
Right. I see your point.
So in other words, you don't get to take
Right, I
advantage
was-
of the storefront going at an angle.
Yeah, but you're saying that if, like, for example, perpendicular meaning, it would, like drawing a straight line from here, right, where this
Well,
storefront is.
perpendicular
Or-
means straight out to the curb
Yeah.
from the normal building wall.
Yeah.
And that insert will
Like
give
that.
you,
Yeah,
will
correct.
give you a couple extra feet to the interior corner of that angle.
From the street view.
That's
it's like double.
that's my understanding of it. Yeah,
that?
Yeah,
so.
that's where it is, basically, just where that yellow brick wall is.
I mean, I don't know. I think you could also kind of say the same thing about this table down here, that it extends past the storefront.
Yeah,
I don't really.
that one we removed.
So,
Um,
oh,
yeah, that one because it straddled too close to the crosswalk, to entrance across, so we removed that one.
oh, okay.
Yeah, that
Did
one.
that happened like within the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, as we were like laying on the site plan, we're like, this just looks ridiculous. Let's remove that one.
Okay.
And so we did.
Got it.
Yeah, but wrapping around the corner, that's all part of their storefront.
I know.
So it's
But
I think
they
we
were
talked about
saying
this
it goes into the
before.
cross.
odd
Yeah, it's
shapes.
probably too close to
Yeah.
it, but I
The northern, that, yeah,
Yeah,
the round top on the northern side, yep.
I mean, you're blessed with a lot of frontage here, you know, like in terms of and the width of the sidewalk, it's very generous here. Being on.
That's why I'm not taking a shot to the heart. If we have to remove that one, I'm okay with that.
The one at the end.
The one on the northern side towards the corner near closest to the crosswalk, that one we removed. That'd just be silly to include it. But the other one, like I said, we're, open to a discussion on that.
It just looks a lot more, like this angle looks a lot more generous than what it looks like on the photo, but maybe it's the angle of the photo. That makes sense, Brian? Like, am I wrong on that? Like it looks wider on the drawing than it does in the photo? Oh,
It's probably like a 42-inch table.
okay.
yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
clearly these
so-
were done by professionals, I can tell, like, they're.
So right now, it ends right here.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep, you got it.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, other questions?
Is the, Valerie, is the perimeter, the dotted line, the demarcation of the sidewalk, is that the dotted line I see going around it?
I think that's
That's
the
the property.
measurement, or no,
Okay.
what's the dotted line?
I believe that's a property. If I'm not mistaken, that might be the property.
And then
line.
the solid line below that, or to the right of it here, that's the
Either that's the property
barrier?
line or that measures the I guess the clearance that we're required to have between where we're supposed to end the seating and then the curb.
So my question then would be, where is the perimeter demarcation of the sidewalk cafe?
Yeah, is it this line or is it this line?
So it's going to be right. If you can just zoom in right here.
Yeah,
Sorry, I just
That's
didn't take
okay.
a look at it. The perimeter demarcation is going to be at the end of the service aisle. So it's going to be the dotted line that you see
the
going
dash
straight.
lines?
Yeah, the dashed lines that you
Okay.
see going across and then it bends going north. That's going to be the demarcation of the sidewalk cafe.
Yeah, because that makes sense, because that's why the 11 feet. It's showing 11 feet from the dash line to there
Yeah,
towards the end. But there's no measurement from the solid line. The solid line is the measurement line. Okay.
So then it shouldn't need to jut out like it does in the north part because that table's removed, if I understood what you said correctly.
That's correct. Yep. So
Okay,
that'll be
great.
amended and then resubmitted because DOT is currently just reviewing it. But to your point, yes, it won't need to jut out on that
Right.
round top on the northern side. So
Right.
that table is removed.
Okay.
Yep.
From the pictures, it looks like there's an awning.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We have a retractable awning
Got it.
It goes across the street.
Okay.
There's just a couple check boxes
You have
about
to-
awning.
I've gotten the slap on the wrist to
It's-
correct that, yeah.
Okay.
I have like 6 applications. I'm
Oh,
like
yeah.
going through that.
There you go.
It's just been,
Yeah, when did you submit this? Have you been waiting a long time on your
we
application?
submitted it at August, yeah.
Yeah, I see that. Wow, we were saying, we've noticed it's taken on average 324 days for an application to be
Yeah.
referred to us.
There was like, I
From
think at one
DOT,
point.
not on you,
Yeah.
I'm just saying from the
Well,
agency.
they hired a bunch of consultants, and I think from April 1st onwards, the consultants ended, and then DOT backfilled with a lot of full-time employees, so they're catching up on a lot of
Oh, that's
applications. Because up
interesting.
until then, there was like only like 22 applications that had been approved
Mhm.
from like August up until April.
Yeah,
And so now and then since April 1st, it's just been like, they've actually just been catching up again.
yeah. Did you know that in the old program, it took 177 days from application to a license? Isn't that wild? I wasn't on the board at that
Yeah,
time,
yeah,
but
but they're
Pretty wild,
flying
huh?
through it.
Um, okay, so any other questions for this applicant?
Well, so it does seem like you have a very generous service aisle.
Yeah, that's great, that's on there.
You actually seem to leave some space empty on the other side of the service aisle. So even if you had to, cut this a little short,
Yeah.
there's plenty of room for that table to be at the end of that service aisle
Yeah.
or very easily reconfigured.
Right.
You have so much space. It's very unusual application in that respect. So I believe that even if there's some tweaks as far as
We can make it work.
definitions,
Yeah.
you're going to have as many seats and tables as you show because you have not maxed it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, I mean, we're 1,300 square feet on the inside, and like, it's more on the outside.
And you participated in the temporary program? Will
We
you
did.
remind me? How was that?
It was great. It was awesome.
Okay, do
It worked out super well.
you have any questions for us?
No, thank you for hearing me out.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing for GVI West Village LLC. Thank you so much.
Let's see, or do I go?
You can go. Yeah, you can go. You're welcome to stay or keep online. It's up to you, but yeah. So next we have NoHo LLC DBA Bandits at 44 Bedford Street for a sidewalk cafe. Do we know if we're expecting them? I don't know. Okay, we're not expecting them. That's unfortunate. So a
I
proposed
think
sidewalk.
their attorney may be here, so let me just promote.
Oh, okay, yeah, could you look? That would be wonderful.
Yep.
Again, I only say that because it's always nice because we can have our questions answered, but we don't hold it against anyone for not appearing because it's optional to be here.
Hi,
Hi,
how is everybody?
hello, who is this?
This is Harry Callion.
Hi,
How are you guys?
good. Are you the applicant?
No, I'm the attorney for the applicant. My colleague is on here as well, but it's okay. We can get through this.
Okay, great. Great, so let me pull up the application. So really quickly before where did we go?
Stay with us.
Hang on a second.
Is there anyone here from the public that wishes to testify on this application before we get to the applicant? Okay, great. So, Harry, is that how you say it? So we have some people here that are going to testify on the application. We're going to let them speak in just a few minutes, just a minute. And so you are free to respond to the comments. If you could just direct them towards us. And then there will be no back and forth. And so we'll hear from these two people who want to speak on this application, and then we'll have you introduce yourself and all those things. So Kathy?
Hi, thank
Hi.
you. Kathy Arnson, I'm weighing in from the Central Village Block Association. We cannot support Sidewalk Cafe on the corner of Leroy and Bedford, besides the fact that there is no clear path or ADA compliance. In the past, they have had tables and chairs all over the sidewalk and all around the corner, and it is a very small sidewalk, and it gets very chaotic there, and there really is no room for Sidewalk Cafe. So CVBA must oppose this application. Leif is here also. He just wants to say a few words.
Okay, and if you could just say what CBBA means so that people know.
Oh, sorry, Central Village Block Association.
Thank you. Okay, Lee?
Right, thank you. Just to make sure that we understand that this location is really a residential spot. There's small residential apartments right next door to Bandits, above, across, and beside, and it is a really residential area. And we've just had, during the temporary program, we really had problems when the bars were operating outside on Leroy Street there. I have tons of videos given to us from residents around that area of the problems with alcohol being out there in such a small space and in a residential spot like that. So it is really a problem. The sidewalk's too small. It's that the neighborhood, it's really impacted tremendously by any outdoor activity there. So there just isn't room. And for the same reasons that across the street was a problem when they were operating outside, it's the same thing with Bandits. In the past, it used to be just a neighborhood spot with, you could go there for a burger and have a drink, and it was kind of a quiet spot, but it's really changed into more of a, pretty serious bar scene at Bandits, and we've seen that they've been successful with that. But the minute it comes outdoors, it's just such an impact. So I'm just stressing the importance of that type of business being indoors as much as possible, especially on that corner. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. And then we have David Rosenberg, and then we'll go to Susan Ginsburg.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, David.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I'm sort of speaking broadly for my neighborhood, and I will address specifically some restaurants that are coming up later on. But in the case of Bandits, I know Leroy Street. It's an old, narrow street. The sidewalks are narrow. The volume doesn't support outdoor dining. And I have to say I'm offended by these restaurants that are even asking for it. It's just so in opposition to the priority of the residents. We just want to be able to walk on our sidewalks, and I'm continually having to cross the street or move around. I walked past Dutch on Prince Street a Friday night last week. The walkway was down to about 2 feet because they had put chairs out. They don't ask. No one's asking them. I don't know how much you guys are walking around the District 2 area, but everybody's just doing whatever the hell they want at this point, and there's little to no enforcement whatsoever. And this is a problem, because if you grant something to restaurants, even if they show you a site plan which looks like it's in compliance, what's happening now is that they're just going to take the approval and then just, not all of them, I don't want to say they're all like that, but there certainly seems to be a majority that are just willing to press it as far as they can get away with. And that's really not in the interest of the program that we all worked so hard to develop with the DOT.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Sure.
Right. And then we had Susan Ginsburg.
Hi. Yeah, I agree with David, whom I don't know, but wholeheartedly about the enforcement and that the restaurants just doing anything they want. Amenities, the furnishing zone, it just doesn't matter. But according to Bandits, I live near another one of their bars. Near the bar, I have never seen any food served outside, quite honestly. And they always, in the temporary program, they had those tables next to a roadway thing, and they never had a barrier. It was I go to that area all the time because I take my dog to Dogma, and you just can't walk there. And you feel like you're invading some frat party. That's my objection to it. It's not just a sidewalk cafe. I mean, you're squeezed between their Roadway Cafe and that, and no barriers, you know, the waiters hanging out, and it's just a mess. You know, the whole area is a mess, basically, but this is, they're not trying. They just don't try to be good neighbors. That's what I want to say.
Thank you so much. Oh,
Thing
great.
to say.
Yeah.
Just want to point out that there are a lot of issues being conflated. There is no requirement that food be served outside in the tables and chairs, so that's not a requirement. That's not up for review by anybody. There are separate requirements for that, but it's not for the outdoor dining. And the issue that we're predominantly concerned with are the clearances, which you raised, but there's a lot of overlap with other issues. But that is what the city is interested in, are the clearances, the clear path, the movement through the area. And as far as the enforcement, obviously at the beginning of the program, the city is going to rely on the community to make complaints for enforcement. As much as we know the city would like to, they don't have the resources to go out every single day and visit every location. So if you're not calling in the complaints, there's no way that anybody would know that they're violations. So I just point that out because it's, I think they're responsive to photographs with complaints, but they have said to us they only have a limited number of staff, so they can't be out visiting every location proactively.
Great. Okay, no other comments. So Harry, are you back?
Yep.
Okay, great. Hi. If you could introduce yourself and your role, and then we will, I know that the committee will have some questions for you.
Yeah, Harry Callion, the attorney for the applicant.
Okay, great. Okay, so looking at the application, it's one table, is that correct?
That's right. It's one table, two chairs.
Where's the second table?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I was looking.
That's it.
Okay, one table. Okay, and one of the, so we see that it's is it a neighborhood corridor? Or is like, it's 8 feet no matter what, right? It's one of those three.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd say the concern would be the 2 feet, the 2 feet width.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say is about that ADA 3-foot clearance that was pursuant to the DCA program, where, you know, you were required to have that 3 feet clearance. You were required to have 11 foot of clearance. Now this program doesn't have that requirement. It has an 8-foot clear path. So, you know, I could be wrong because this program is a little confusing, and the rules and the clearances, but at least paired the approvals, at least the coordination with DOT, this is compliant. So if they come back and say that it's not ADA compliant, or, you know, that hasn't happened yet. So if that comment comes back, then they'll flag it, and they won't, you know, if there's not enough clearance on the sidewalk, there's not. So that's all I can say about that.
Right, so I will address that. So what hasn't changed from the DCA program, being the Department of Consumer Affairs, the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection pre-pandemic sidewalk cafe program, and the Dining Out NYC program, is that ADA regulations are federal statutes, so those have not changed. So it's actually within ADA Title II. You read the language in there. I have the section number written down somewhere. It's like section 15 something. It's actually, the onus is on DOT to outline those ADA guidelines for applicants. It's, but nothing has changed the 3-foot accessibility. So that's where ADA compliant, if I not change.
If I may, it's I agree with you. I think that the question is whether that ADA compliance is in addition to that 8-foot compliance, or whether it's just whether that impedes on that 8-foot clearance, whether that 3-foot ADA clearance impedes on that 8-foot clearance, or whether they're concurrent. So I think maybe this is an oversight, and again, these are architecturally drafted plans. They've gone
Of course.
through the review process. They've, so if they come back and they say, okay, well, and again, this is happening. It's happened to clients of ours, their FDNY says, okay, well, no, we're not going to accept this. We need more clearance here, blah, blah, blah. But as it stands now, these plans have been approved. So my suggestion would be to provide that. Again, I'm not here to argue one way or another. These are just the plans that were submitted. So my suggestion would be to provide that comment to DOT. And if that's something that needs to be added, then they would do that in rulemaking.
Perfectly all right.
And Harry, just so you know, we found tremendous number of errors in DOT, so I wouldn't.
Yeah.
But the errors are voluminous. It's unbelievable, this program. So happy to work with you guys and happy to provide, any information, and we're just, this is a hastily rolled out program. So we're just trying to comply.
I know. And it's unfortunate they don't provide that clear guidance for operators who are putting money down on that, to only then find out later that something isn't right. So that's it doesn't work for anyone. So I see Pete Davies has his hand. I don't believe he's.
That's good.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I'll go to Carter.
Yeah, so I just want to throw this out there. What we're hearing from the representative of this applicant is that, we kind of think what we're doing is good enough. And if DOT determines otherwise, then we'll look at it. But what he's leaving out is that the way DOT gets activated to look at something is because folks are compelled to complain and register a complaint and register a question of a violation. So what the message I'm hearing is, if you all want to spend your time trying to keep us in line, we'll look at our inadequate site plan and maybe we'll make adjustments. And I think that's not the spirit that this generous offer of public space was made by the city to the operators. And I find it kind of reprehensible that a legal representative, rather than trying to make this program work for everybody, is trying to find ways out. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and that's all I got to say on this one.
Hi, if I can respond to that, I find that reprehensible because that's not what we're doing at all. We are. Hold on a second. Let me just respond. If you don't mind, if I respond to that, what we said was we're trying to the board, though. We're trying to comply with this program. I really don't like that comment. Was a little cutting. We're trying to comply with this program. They filed site plans. They're reviewing it. They filed it in compliance. That's not what they're trying to do at all. So they're trying to comply with the program and file these plans properly, have them reviewed by the DOT. They're not in the stage where something's been issued and they're trying to wait for non-compliance. We're talking about the actual plan review being in compliance. So it's a completely different thing. Let's just all be on the same page and be aligned on our interest. And
we're on the same page. And again, everyone, if we could keep the comments directed towards the committee and not as third. I'm not saying this to you here. I'm also saying this to Pete, of not of third-party characterizations.
I appreciate your time. I have to run right now to another.
I just want to bring up actually a very important thing. Your clients are supposed to be in compliance with these plans since last August, I believe. And we have numerous documentation from the residents and our personal observations that the setup is not in compliance with this diagram on a regular level.
I will let them know that comment for sure.
Well, those are comments that are part of the review.
Okay.
compliance with the rules since last August. And so I'm just wondering, I mean, if there's such an extreme interest in following the rules, then your client should be following the rules.
I understand.
Making, you know, basic elements. And on top of that, there's a tremendous safety risk with the roadbed setup, which isn't even to any standards of the city right now. It's just a couple of barriers on the street with tables and chairs out. And it's incredibly toxic.
I'll let them know.
So both of those situations are supposed to be in compliance with the rules. And those are just basic elements of this program. And
I understand. We're talking about the plans, not we're talking about the plans being compliant. We're not talking about the operation.
Commentary on the plans includes adherence to the rules.
I understand. This is an optional hearing. I have to go. I appreciate your comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Harry. That's all
Thank
right.
you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye. Okay, so I don't think, we have one other comment?
Unless
Sure.
we just say
Sure.
Just that I think that the table is right next to a primary building entrance, which again is, you know, one of these things
Right.
we don't have adequate guidance on, but you know, it's not labeled as a residential entrance on the plan, but I think it's those double doors. We can talk about that later.
Okay, we can talk about business session. Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on number 4, and then do we have anyone here from Taberna, Gallega? 192 Grand, so I was gonna go ahead and call on number 7. If not, so I'm gonna hold on 5. So let's call on number 7, so Turks and Frogs. Hi, come on up. So we're skipping number 5. Number 6 is withdrawn in case anyone's tuning in late. Hi, sit. Do we have anyone here to testify on Turks and Frogs LLC at 323 West 11th Street for a sidewalk cafe? If so, please raise your hand. So while we see if there's anyone there, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Osman. I'm the owner of Turks and Frogs.
Great.
And Orient Express. We've been
Welcome.
there a little over 2 decades now.
Yeah, awesome, great. And let us just pull up your application, so. Let's see, I don't see anyone with their hands raised, so let me just do this. Okay, so. Let's see. Just look this up.
Can you say your name one more time?
Osman.
Osman.
Oh, I said it again. And, okay, so we have your application here. See that there are some cellar doors. I'm sure that form was checked, right, Stella, on the plan?
Sorry, which?
The cellar door, right, there's cellar doors.
Yes.
Perfect. These are like the straightest lines. Did you draw this? They're no, they're like so straight. They're straighter than a computer program. Okay, so 3 tables. So I just say, so is this going to be the barrier?
Yeah.
You have a barrier that you're using, that you're going to use, so we don't, I guess the pictures were not, nothing was up, so it's just blank. Any questions on?
I didn't have any questions.
Okay. Arturo, Carter, Donna, Brian has stepped away. Any questions on Turks and Frogs? Donna? No, okay,
Not yet, no.
okay. Do you have any questions for us?
No?
Carter, questions, any comments? I think it's pretty straightforward as long as you've got the perimeter demarcated, right, with some
Yeah.
sort of
There are 2
barriers?
strips on inside the building. And we are right in between those.
Did you have 2 different storefronts? Remember?
No, Turks and Frogs LLC is just one company. I'm the only owner. But these are 2 sister stores next to each other.
Right.
One is Turks and Frogs.
I thought
The other one is Orient Express, but it's DBA Orient Express. So
Ah,
same company.
okay.
So are you applying at the other store? Is it part, like, it's the same business?
It's the same business.
So are you applying in,
For Turks and Frogs.
right, but are you applying for the other space?
No, this one,
All right, that's because it would be part of this
yeah,
application,
same,
because it's the same business, right?
Oh, okay.
same
But they're
corporation.
not connected on the inside?
No.
Okay, so that's, all right, so they wouldn't actually be.
Oh, okay.
Because you have two different food service establishment licenses.
Yes.
Right, for each space. Okay. It's one of the few confusing,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
outlier the way
Yeah.
it's set up. Yeah, most places are set up that way.
Okay.
Turks and Frogs, I opened 2003,
Wow.
and Orient Express was 2009.
That's quite a time to open up a business,
Yeah.
2009.
It reveals my age.
Any other comments? Do you have any questions for us?
Thank you for taking your time.
Okay, I think that's it. Okay, thanks so much. Have a good one. Okay, so that's number 7. We still have number 5 to go over, but we've got some applicants in the room that I want to go to first. So we've got, remind me in the back, are you here? Are you affiliated with an? Oh, you get it. Okay, good. Okay, good. I'm just trying to get everyone. So Gina, do you want to go? Okay, so we're gonna do that and then we'll do you next. Sound good? Okay, great. So we're going to agenda item 18. So 38 MacDougal LLC, DBA Shuka for a sidewalk cafe. So if anyone would like to testify on this application, please raise your hand. I believe David Rosenberg would like to testify, so we can have him go, and then we'll have Gina introduce herself, and then we'll get right to it. David?
Mute. Okay, here I am. You hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, so I actually sent you guys some comments yesterday. This restaurant is in the process of violating the DOT rules right now. The site plan that they've submitted to you is, unless I'm reading it incorrectly, showing about half the tables that they already have outside. The setup outside obstructs the pedestrian access. Again, we've talked about MacDougal Street. We've talked about MacDougal Street, especially at this location, with the traffic that's on MacDougal Street going to the tunnel, the fact that there's a long line of city bikes opposite the restaurant, that on busy times, evenings and weekends, the traffic on MacDougal Street can potentially push people out into the road when there is, when the tables are full, and when there's patrons waiting for seats. The other thing I want to make note of is that the rules were even that they complied to in the site plan was that those outside doors need to be closed while there's outside seating. They're never closed. This restaurant is in flagrant violation. It has shown by its actions, this side to me, because I look down on them every day, so I know what they're doing, that their concerns are not to be compliant with the program. Their concerns appear after watching them for weeks already. Their goal is to make as much money as they can and to be damned with the neighborhood or the pedestrians or the compliance of the pathway. And I object to this outdoor dining arrangement.
Great, thank you. And I would say in general that if the third-party characterizations that don't make it into our comments, so speculating that people are wanting to make money or whatnot, like, are not going to go into our comments. So if we could save comments to things that could be constructively changed, that would be helpful, I think, for everyone. And again, as Carter mentioned earlier, 311 complaints.
Those are not included in my written comments.
Okay, thanks. But we do, the written comments that are constructive or spoken comments, we do incorporate that into our feedback. Just the third-party characterizations, we just cannot.
Understood.
So
that's voicing our frustration as residents.
No answer needed. Thank you. I understand that. I completely understand that. It's And thank you for taking the time to testify. We do appreciate it. Okay, so this is 18. Okay, so questions from the committee.
I guess I've seen, the similar things that the clear path is regularly blocked, and there are a lot of older residents in this area, and specifically persons that I know who lives on this block has raised those issues. And I think it's very important here that this particular block, and not naming the specific businesses, but they're all sort of did it together, created a pretty crazy environment and made it very difficult for people who lived here to walk through in a safe manner. And now it's the time with the permanent program, right? With the new program, that they really need to adhere to this setup. And it looks like this is a good setup because there is room to move around with the barriers, but if these 2 tops turned into 4 tops, it sort of obliterates that whole ability to move around. So I just bring that up, for this specific application, because I personally see that.
Oh,
Yeah,
Sherry.
that's what's there now.
Okay, I see someone, so can we have Sherry Leon had her hand raised?
I just promoted her.
Okay,
And Pete Davies has his to talk as well.
okay,
Okay, for Shuka, that's what we're talking about. yeah?
yes, correct.
Okay, if you look at their paperwork, first page gives all the information about the establishment. And then it says name of certificate holder. Lily M. Fan. Lily Fan is the head of the SLA. So I'm confused as to why the applicant has listed her as the certificate holder for the license for this operation.
You want to answer that?
Well,
Or
I'm
something to
not,
be corrected, something to be corrected. Maybe you didn't fill it out, right?
yeah, but on the paperwork, which form?
Are you saying on the information page, Pete?
The certificate holder has the name of the chair of the New York State Liquor.
But that's for SLA?
No, right here on the application.
Page 2.
Page 1 on your, if you look, restaurant details,
Okay.
go down, it has assumed name, Shuka, business address, 38 MacDougal, venue type,
So
restaurant.
that shouldn't be the
Restaurant.
commission.
Okay, that
Yeah,
needs to be the
yeah.
person who signed the forms.
Well, no, I think it needs to be whomever,
Not the chair of the SLA.
right, it's
It's someone affiliated with the
okay,
business. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. Thanks, Pete. Okay. And it must have been this person that's is that the client? Okay, so
Yeah.
maybe he just put that there. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, so you'll just she'll talk with Chris and have him correct it, right? Okay. And then Sherry, Pete, was that it?
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
Okay, I'll go if
Yeah.
Pete's.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I live about a block away from this location. I just have one question before I make any comments. Were those photos that are included as part of the application packet submitted by the restaurant applicants or by Community Board 2 members?
Applicant.
Okay, yeah. So my comment is along the lines of what Mr. Rosenberg said, was that the reality of this, of this site all along, up to and including now, has been not really what's represented in the site plan, and more like what's represented in the photos, which you can clearly see from the first photo and the last photos that they don't really have on the sidewalk. They don't have their 2 tops set up that way. They basically have them set up as 4 tops with, not allowing for anything close to an 8-foot clear path. They have had those umbrellas too. I don't know if that's not in their future plans, but that's not compliant with the rules and regulations for sidewalk cafes as they currently exist. So I just wanted to just make a note that I also have directly observed more, what's happening in the photos, and I would be very surprised if this site plan, as it is depicted, was what they are actually planning to do.
Yeah, I also had a question about the umbrellas. The way that it's shown in the site plan is the same as it's shown in the images where the umbrellas overhang the cafe perimeter. Just want to make sure that it's understood that they can't extend
can
beyond
extend,
that.
okay.
And the box is checked that says, does not extend beyond the perimeter of the Sidewalk Cafe.
Okay.
But since it also is existing right now like that, worth mentioning.
Yeah, in other words, they've been violating the rules for all of this time.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to the owner.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's very blatant.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. I mean, there's not much we can do as the architects. We just try to represent and they should follow the rules, but I'm gonna talk to them.
Yeah.
And the last thing that I noticed is just that there's no storefront dimension. You have that. Yeah, thank you. It's small.
Yeah, don't worry.
But we report it in our feedback to DOT, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Stella, are you asking for the drawing to be amended to show that the umbrellas don't overlap the perimeter?
I guess so, yeah.
Well, yeah, I just made a note and do the north arrow also.
Yes. Mona, did you want to say anything else?
Nope, that was it, the umbrellas.
Anybody else? David Rosenberg wanted to make another comment.
Yes, please. Just very quickly, I wanted also a comment on their hours from Wednesday through Saturday night, which are till 11 p.m. instead of 10. What that means, and again, I have the experience to be watching how they operate. That means that nothing is closed up till 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning. So by the time their last patrons are done eating, and they close up those windows, which bring a lot of noise out into the street. And they start bringing the tables inside, and then they start dragging out all the garbage and all the bottles and everything. You're talking about 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning, which for me and a lot of people in this neighborhood is absolutely unacceptable.
Thanks, David. This committee does not adjudicate the hours, but
Oh, okay.
your comment.
So what the DOT does? Or no one does?
Most of that is done through the liquor authority.
Ugh.
Hours of service outside, so.
Good luck there. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's nobody else, then we'll close the public hearing.
Okay.
Thanks, Gina.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
No, that's it. Until when do we have to send?
Sorry?
Until which day do we have to send the drawings?
I don't know the date off the top of my head.
Is this your only application tonight? Oh, you're lucky.
Our feedback isn't due until June 30th.
Okay,
So we have.
perfect. We have time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, the next one we will go to is number 12, which is you guys. That's Sula Luna, New York LLC, DBA Sula Luna at 41 Carmine Street. If there's anybody online who wants to comment? No? This is Sula Luna. Am I saying that right?
Sula Luna.
That's also the, yeah, number 12. You just pull it up. Okay. Okay, so, no one here to testify. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
I mean, we are at Sula Luna. We are a bookstore and bistro in Carmine Street. we are focused on cultural events and on Italian foods, of course. We we do a lot of events, and it's everything online, and they're all for free. And yeah, I
We
mean,
just opened it 7 months ago, so it's a start. Lorenzo is the owner, I'm the general manager.
And your name?
Giulia.
Julia and Lorenzo.
yeah, sorry for our English, I mean.
We improve every day. If you want, we have all the list about the cultural events that we did in this month. I think it's interesting for the city.
Oh, thank you.
Because it's half and half. We are focused on illustration and design. So we do a lot of presentation of book about illustration for kids and for adults, but also cultural events for the city, like a bridge from New York to Venice, because the first place is in Venice from 2017.
Your store is making the connection to.
Trying to, I mean.
Trying to, no.
Well,
We're trying to.
The original store is in Venezia, Italy. They opened the same
Huh?
year before. And they exported the same concept here. So
in 27, no, you just opened here
Yeah,
last
August.
August at the same time.
No, I mean,
the place in Venezia has been
store-
open for a few years.
Oh, okay, in Venice. All right.
yes.
Yeah, because it has to be certified.
What's happening?
They should all move it over. Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about the primary building entrance that's to the right,
Mhm.
which is 41 Carmine. It's the same building, which has 37 units. So it's a lot of people, and DOT requires a 5-foot clearance from primary building entrances. If you look at the second page in this area, it says elements with minimum 5-foot clearance from the Sidewalk Cafe. And you check the box for primary building entrance, but you only put 2 feet. So there's another 3 feet of clearance that needs to be there. So we're wondering, and it's,
There is the entrance of the restaurant as well. So
that's okay.
there is the entrance of the entrance of the restaurant and then the tables.
Yeah, maybe I have the wrong address.
Yeah,
So
well,
we're talking
it's
about,
it's showing up differently on the site plan. Doesn't show a separation.
No, this makes sense,
I think I called it 41 Carmen, maybe it's not 41, but I'm talking about this door here.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so right now, there is not the 5 feet required, but we're wondering, right now you show the cellar door with no table on it. If that cellar door is able to have a table on it,
Yeah, it's closed.
yeah, if it's reinforced and you have the engineer sign off, you could potentially just move this table over and then keep your tables, but have the 5-foot clearance.
Is it required that there is this 5-foot clearance?
Yeah.
Because this is in front of the open window of the restaurant. So the restaurant is a frontage with open, and it's like a direct access to the restaurant itself.
Yeah, I'm talking about a different entrance.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the, sorry, I know it's hard to see. This is the restaurant entrance.
Yeah, actually there are 2. One on the right and one on the left.
So they're both entrance for the restaurant.
You can choose.
Yeah.
The window that opens.
Right.
You see?
Okay, yeah, I'm talking about this one over here to the,
But there's an entrance of the restaurant as well on the other side.
this one?
No.
A little bit on the, yeah.
Right.
So that's a door that opens.
So that's why you don't want to have the
Yeah.
table there.
What's that?
Yeah, exactly.
So the reason why you don't have a table here is because of the door.
People wanna,
Okay.
But it's part of the board, the restaurant could be open and closed. Now is closed, but could be open. It's normally. So it's it doesn't really.
But they'd have to remove it.
Yeah, I mean, because right here next to your storefront is the entrance to this whole building with 37 units, that would require a 5-foot clearance. Oops, sorry. And so if you're not, able to move the table,
I mean, we can arrange that.
yeah, it's up to you. I mean, either you
Sure.
move the table or you get rid of the table.
Yeah, sure.
Any other comments about that? Yeah.
I mean, because you already have the entrance, you don't need
The second.
two systems. I mean, it doesn't preclude you from opening it. It's just if there has to be the clearance from the main doorways.
Okay, makes sense.
So we're gonna,
Yeah, so we will send you a page with the specific modifications.
Okay.
For you to review, and then if you agree to sign and notarize the form, amend the site plan and then send it back to us.
Okay.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we had some people who said that they were on Zoom.
Yeah, I think,
Thank you.
good luck. First one I saw here was,
You've got number 11, number 13, 15, 16, and 21, I think.
Okay. Let's go in order. I think I saw that 10 and 11 are here, the Mother's Ruin, 18 Front Inc., CBA Mother's Ruin. Pull it up.
Would the applicants who are here for that one, raise your hand. Yeah, thank you.
And let's do the Roadway Cafe first. Let's talk about the Roadway Cafe first. So if you have comments on the roadway, please raise your hand. And this is a case where the application, when it was originally referred to us, it did not say that there was an FDNY review pending on Spring Street, but DOT confirmed that it has been referred to FDNY. Hi, Christy. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm speaking on behalf of 18 Front Mother's Ruin. I've got James Metz and our architect, Tom Ennis, as well here. It sounds like we did originally submit it, and we have since resubmitted it, and we have the DOT. Yes, sorry, I've got my kids here too. We've got the DOT on board from what our architect has told us.
Okay, let's just confirm that we have the same one that you guys have. This was referred to us 2 weeks ago.
Okay, I have one as recently as like 3 p.m. today, so I can always send that back to you guys.
Okay, let me share my screen and we can talk about what's different, what's changed.
Sure.
And just to be clear, you work for 18 Front, correct?
Correct, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so are there substantial differences between this?
No.
No?
No, not really. Let me pull up the one that I have just from today. The only main difference was to point out that it's 3 feet, so it's just, I think it was just a measuring mistake when we first did it because there is plenty of room. But yeah, I can resend it to you guys.
Oh, wait, are you talking about the Sidewalk Cafe?
Yeah, I'm talking about the sidewalk. Yes.
Oh, okay. Can we talk about the roadway first?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Oh, I did.
No, you said roadway.
I don't think there were any edits to the roadway.
Okay, cool. So let's talk about the roadway.
Okay, great.
I'm gonna stop sharing so I can see my notes.
Sure.
Okay, do we have any testimony from the public?
I haven't seen anything.
No, okay. Buddy, start.
Well, the roadway has your neighbor, Mayan, or something
Yeah,
like,
YN. Mhm.
has a roadway seating set up already. So there's you show a 1'6", and does that allow, did they allow the other 1'6", so that there's a total of 3 feet between the two?
Yes, we have a very amicable relationship with them, and we made sure that we had 3 feet in between. That was something we didn't do last year that we made sure to edit this year moving forward.
Okay, well, very good.
Have you heard anything from DOT about the FDNY waiver and one of the requirements being that it's actually 6 feet between adjacent cafes?
No, I've just heard 3 feet, and last I heard we were pending FDNY.
Okay, yeah, there's been some confusion about whether it's 3 feet or 6 feet. When we first heard about the FNY waiver requirements, it was 6 feet. It seems like, I don't know, maybe about half of the applicants that come to us are using the 6 foot measure, and then the other half are using 3 feet. So it's kind of up in the air.
Okay.
Don't know. Sorry? That dimension. The width of your sidewalk cafe is 6'6", right? Or I'm sorry, roadway. I'm sorry. The width of the roadway is 6'6", 6.5".
I believe so, yes.
Okay, yeah. It says it at the bottom of the site plan, but it's not clear in the diagram.
Okay.
So we would ask.
So let me just take some notes so that we can update this for you.
Both the length and the width.
Both the length and the width?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay, 6 feet, 6 inches. Okay.
I have a comment. This doesn't affect your layout, but you describe on your diagram, your site plan diagram, restaurant frontage of 23 feet, 10 inches, which includes the primary building entrance for the residence. So that's not considered part of your frontage. Your frontage stops at the wall between your restaurant and the hallway or vestibule of the primary building entrance.
Understood.
That would be the 17.8 number.
Yeah, I'm the one I'm looking at is 17.8. That was the updated one I had from this afternoon.
Okay, like I say, it's not changing anything. I'm just commenting that it's not quite the right language there. We'll get back to that on the sidewalk setting.
Okay.
Can I just ask who else is on the Zoom?
Sorry, I'm James Metz. I'm a colleague of Christy. I'm also
Okay,
the
great.
GM at Mother's Ruin.
Thanks.
Of course.
And I had another question. I was looking and I see that there's a manhole in the roadway that is not on the site plan. I can share my screen so you can see what I'm looking at.
Okay, sure.
Right here, this was a photo from 2023. I don't know what this dimension was. If this was 6.5, I mean, it looks like.
So if you see that line coming from the front of the building that indicates the sidewalk, that is where you guys just told us we have to pull back from.
Right.
So the
right.
17.8 would be right where the end of that, like the applique under the window is. Yeah, right there. And so then it would actually exclude that manhole cover.
Okay, so you're saying that there's enough clearance there. Yeah. We would just probably ask if that be, oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay, great. Just included.
Yeah, include that on the site plan and have the clearance there. And then also reflect that on section 2, required clearances, which is the next page. There's box R18 for manholes where they ask that you indicate the clearance, so.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Any questions for us?
No, thank you so much for your time and consideration. Yeah.
And you have Michelle Campo. I'm raising Michelle. Hang on one sec.
Now we go to the sidewalk.
Michelle?
Michelle, are you, can you unmute?
Oh, shit.
Okay, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, gee whiz. I'm on an iPad. I'm on the Jersey Shore. I shouldn't even be on this thing because that's where I am away. Okay. So I live on Bowery near Spring. And I hate to be telling you this, well, but I should because it's a very noisy place. Always. And I'm sorry to hear that they're putting in another shed. And also the fact that there are basement doors, very large basement doors, right by your cafe. Very easy to gobble up a person at any time, really. And the windows are always open. This is one of the most notoriously noisy places in the whole neighborhood. So when there was a roadbed shack out there before, let's call it what it is, it was also very noisy and very disruptive to the neighborhood. So that's my addition.
And it's over the manhole cover.
And it's over the manhole cover, my husband just said. I don't know.
The
how
manhole
you
cover we
figured
just
that.
addressed.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it is
but
going to be
it's
shorter.
not up yet, you know.
Yeah.
so.
So it will be shorter than the one that we saw on the screen that was shared earlier. And as far as speaking to the noise, I definitely share the concerns for the community and want to make sure that, you know, we are always paying attention to you guys. Sorry, my kids, I'm giving them fun dip to get them out of my hair right now. But I will say I'm very, very happy to share that we have since completely changed our security team since last summer. And the team we have now is excellent. I'm very, very excited with how they have changed our clientele, how they've been monitoring the streets, how we've been keeping people quiet outside. It's been a big deal for us, especially since we've had new neighbors move in directly above us. We've been ultra sensitive to it. So I'm really hoping that we can continue to expand our footprint outside, enjoy that warm weather, but still obviously be respectful to our neighbors.
So this roadbed shed or the sidewalk cafe will be larger than the one before? Smaller. All right, because there's just too much on the sidewalk. It's just insane. It really
And of course,
is.
we
I can
always
hear
adhere
this-
to.
I can hear
Yeah.
this 2 blocks away. And I still don't know what background music is actually supposed to be, because this is background music, then I hate to hear what entertainment level is. So
Well, we definitely do not have speakers outside. And like I said, the security will be monitoring the sound level. We always do adhere to shutting those windows and closing the patio the second our license is up for serving, which I believe is 11 p.m. So the minute that goes into effect, we bring everyone inside and we completely shut down that space.
It's 11, it's not 10.
That's
James is at 10. It's been a minute since
It's 11.
It's been that late.
Yeah.
It's 11. Yeah.
okay, let's stop it back and forth now and move on to the sidewalk. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, so let me share my screen for the Sidewalk Cafe and see how it compares to what you have. Okay, so this is what was submitted to us. You were saying that there's been changes?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead,
Just,
James.
I can handle this one. That 2.8 is actually 3 feet. And we can absolutely send this to you.
Brian?
I'm sorry, I was out there measuring. The sidewalk is only 12 feet total. And you are required to have a 10-foot clear path pedestrian.
And Brian, were you measuring from the back of the curb?
Of course, I was measuring to the joint at the curb and not the curb in front. So that makes a few inches of difference, but
Yeah.
that is the dimension.
Or do you want to talk about the
And you
old
also
plan?
just, I mean, these are the old sidewalk cafe plans and you put in brand new measurements on them.
This is
And the other ones were
old
stamped by an architect, and the measurements that you put on here are larger than what was on the original plans.
Yeah, this is the original. When was this? Does this have a date
Yeah,
on
I-
it?
Yeah.
Well, I see
2011.
that-
2011.
I see that on, are these the old ones?
This is the old.
The old one, yeah. 12
Our
foot.
architect or our
12-foot
consultant should be on as well right now. Maybe he can speak to that matter.
Well,
Tom?
it's just that it probably is 12'8" all the way out to the street side of the curb, but the city rules are talking about the sidewalk to the joint that forms the curb as what it's measured from. So that's a slight change that's occurred. I mean, everybody has learned about all these details. So we're just pointing out that that's how we have been instructed to measure things.
Right, and
Understood.
so Brian, you're saying that the full width of the sidewalk, including the curb, 12.8 approximately, but excluding the curb is just 12.
That's correct.
And because there's a regional corridor designation on this street, which requires 10-foot clearance, that would leave the sidewalk cafe with only 2 feet
Correct.
of width,
That's
which then does not comply with the ADA. And also does not give, reasonable room for both chairs and serving aisle if you're planning on having service.
Right.
Other thing that I noted is that on the left side, next to your restaurant, that is again included in the measurement of the property frontage, the entire building. But anyway, the door for the residences needs a 5-foot clearance.
Which is this door here?
Yes, that door on the left. The 5-foot measurement comes to beyond the halfway of the window. So it really crowds that table over to the, but there's still a way of handling that, turning that table.
Yeah.
Only 2 feet of width.
Oh, 2 feet of width, that's right. Okay, sorry. I was just forgetting about the barriers being in the wrong place. Okay, well, anyway, it's really a tight space, unfortunately.
I'm gonna stop sharing my screen so that I can see my notes. Anything else? Yeah, I mean, I think that unfortunately, we can make the sidewalk wider.
Right.
And DOT, has prescribed the regional corridor onto this sidewalk, so.
Okay, I know that our architect is on right now. He said he's taking notes and he said he would be happy to re-verify just to make sure, certainly not questioning, your measurements, but I'll let him remeasure and, we'll resubmit if we're able to.
Sure.
Okay.
Sorry? So we're just going off on what's on the drawing, right?
And the old sidewalk.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
Pete Davies has his hand up.
The site plan doesn't seem to show the fire escape. And Google Street View, which I put the link in the chat, indicates that the ladder from the fire escape would drop down right on top of the table and chair setup that's next to the residential entranceway.
The drop down is on
Yeah, we haven't verified the location, but
Yeah.
it does show.
Does show it. It's a fire escape drop location.
Okay. Paul,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, just on top of all this, whatever the measurements that are reestablished and everything, it seems to me that the manner in which the sidewalk barricades are done just doesn't seem like it makes much sense. Especially just in my own practical walking by. If you close down the outside earlier, you guys are open later, and the barriers are there, it just doesn't make any sense for the way that you guys operate with your security and everything. It's sort of like with the storm enclosure, it's a little bit awkward. So it seemed to me that opening just straight through the middle into the door is a much more practical way, with the barriers just coming on both sides and sticking in. I don't know. I mean, that's just, as far as making a smoother operation through the course of the day. And if your security person is standing to the side outside, it just allows a much easier entry. Because I think that's some of the little, at least from what people have shared to me over time, a little bit of the friction of getting by, if it's a little crowded or whatever. But that's not a requirement, it's just a suggestion on maybe a practical aspect of this.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. Well, thank you for coming. We will send you a list of modifications that we talked about for the roadway. And if you agree to those modifications, just sign it, notarize it, send it back to us with the amended site plan. And then for the sidewalk, we will talk about it in our business session. And if we have modifications, we'll send those out as well.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Have a great night.
You too, thanks. Okay, so we just finished 10 and 11.
Okay.
So, Donna, you said 15, 16, and 21 are online?
I think I said 13.
Oh,
Yeah, I have 13.
We did 13.
15, 16.
13, 16, and 22 is what I have that I've gone through.
And did you say 15 also?
15, 16, 18, and 21.
Okay, so we did 18. Okay, so next we'll do 13.
13.
Yep. Let's go wrong.
Okay, so 13 is Giuliani Group Inc., DBA La Lico Stories of Georgia at 80 Carmine Street. Is there anybody who would like to testify from the public?
Yes, my name is Teddy Gonzalez. I'm the representative for the applicant.
Okay, sorry, can you say your name? I don't see it on the screen.
Teddy Gonzalez.
Oh, okay, I did see your name. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so we're basically applying for the Sidewalk Cafe for 7 tables and 14 seats. And here to address any of your concerns. The applicant should be on there also, if I'm not wrong.
It's number 13.
Giuliani Group. Giuliani Group.
Yeah.
Okay.
Giuliani Group, yeah. But this is the person saying this.
Are they here?
Yeah, that's where I got it.
Are they elevated?
I need a name. In order to play.
Rami Oniani, if I'm saying that correctly.
Yeah, that's the principal, Gurami Unami.
Okay, I think that Donna's looking for them. They're in the attendees list.
Yeah, I see them. But I can't.
Where?
Yeah, I can do it.
Gurami?
I just.
Oh, I got it. Okay, got it.
Okay. I think there are panelists. Nobody here to testify from public. So then, Teddy or Gurami, if you want to make a statement about your application.
Well, the applicant basically wants to enjoy the outdoor seating for his restaurant. He has several restaurants in his country, and he's planning to open up more restaurants, and he wants to basically have the opportunity to have outdoor seating.
I didn't have any questions about this one. No? Okay.
Teddy, it's nice to hear you. Can't see you.
Thank you, buddy. How you doing?
So good. Did you? So it looks like this is all in conformance. All the clearances, and this is all measured correctly. Everything.
Yeah, I pretty follow the old rules from the old days to make sure they get presented properly.
And then the only thing it was hard. The only thing is that there's no adjacent doorways that the clearance. It's hard for me to see from the pictures. There's no other doorways that are next to the property lines or the ends of the sidewalk cafe. Is that correct?
No, there isn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I see some, looks like other business doorways, but no residential doorways.
Yeah,
That's what I mean.
Because the building's just a one-story building, correct? Yeah.
Well, the building is it's multiple floors. It goes all the way around the block.
Right, that's right. It's of height at different parts of the building and one story. Okay, right.
It's a weird setting.
I remember this. I remember this from when the liquor license was presented. Okay, thanks.
It's right next to Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We have some standard modifications that we send out to everybody about ADA compliance. So we will be sending that out to you, and if you can sign it and notarize it, send it back to us.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
That was number 13. We'll close the public hearing on number 13. And then Donna, did you say number 15?
15.
Yep.
Okay.
15.
That's 304 West Food Corp. DBA Rosetta Pizza, 304 West 14th Street.
Go to pizza
The applicant can raise their hand. I think it's Maria. Maria?
It's on our way up.
Your email is some sort of instruction.
Is there anybody else who would like to testify? Yeah. Is there anything that you would like to say about your application, or can you introduce yourself and your relationship to the applicant? All right. Maria, I don't know if you're talking, but it looks like you're muted.
Okay, now it's okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, hi. My name is Maria Maloney and I am the owner's representative. His intention is just to take advantage of the exterior seating to promote his business and to increase, like the people that can take pizza in his place.
Great. Thank you. I'm looking to see what questions we have. This is number 15.
Sorry.
304.
Trying to look them up.
I just want to make sure I know.
I had a question about the site plan. The red dotted line. I'm just wondering, there's a couple.
Okay, the red mark the facade of the building, and And the other small red, like lighter red, this is just the projection of the farscape.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's it. And where it ends. So just to make sure that it's clear of the seating.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I see where you have the ladder unobstructed.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have any other questions. Okay. Yeah.
Closed.
I think the just two small comments. Well, one's a little bit bigger, I think. The first one is on the street light that is on 14th. I think that's supposed to be on here, and a clearance is supposed to be on there as well.
Where is it? On the sidewalk?
Yeah. So I don't see that mark. That's S14. That needs a clearance of 8 feet. The
Oh, yeah.
other comment that I would make is, like, I'm a big fan, but I think historically the kind of outdoor seating area has expanded beyond the perimeters of the current plan. So I would just say that with these new designs, a lot of the like big plants, a lot of the kind of extra elements that go into the sidewalk, those probably either have to go because, you know, they're not going to be compliant with like the border and perimeter that you have set up here. Maria?
Yeah, I kind of like don't understand what you say about the you talking about the amount of tables and chairs that.
Yeah, I'm saying that within the new design, I think historically the outdoor setup that you have in front of your the establishment, it's gone beyond the perimeter that you have here because there's a lot of additional elements like plants and other parts of outdoor seating. Okay. So I'm just saying that those probably have to go if you want to keep as many tables.
Yes, I understand, of course.
Or they have to be inside the perimeters. But if you want to make the most out of the space, you probably want to have more tables. So that's that.
Okay. Okay, now yes. Okay.
Okay, and Arturo, to your comment about the street lamp, I think it actually is on the site plan. It's
Okay.
really small.
What do you see?
A little box and it says BS. I think it's technically, the legend says that it's both a bus stop sign and a light pole.
Oh, okay, is that on the legend? Oh, okay.
By looking at Google Maps, I don't see that it's a bus stop, but it is there and it does have the 12 feet. So that's covered.
Ah, okay, you're at the parallel clearance. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. They still need to mark it though. I think it still needs to be marked on S14.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be marked as the bus stop in S15 instead of S14.
Yes.
And then Carter, did you want to talk about?
I just note that there's this basement stairways next door. The access to the cellar that's right there. So I don't know if there's a requirement for.
Design, right?
Clearance.
Well, we're talking about the neighboring cellar. Yeah, I mean, I guess we would at least maybe ask that that be put on the site plan so that we know that it's there. What do you think? Here? Or clearance?
I don't know if there's clearance needed or not because it's the access points to the doorway. So
those are just for delivery. The egress of the building is not really through there. So.
Anything else? Donna, you have anything?
No, the only thing I had is just the seats on the west side. I'm not sure how anybody gets around to those. There's no way to get around with the perimeter there. You can't act, the tables are all butted up next to each other. So I don't know how anybody accesses them.
I see. I see what you mean. You know that you mean the one in the
On
it's,
the
they
right
are against-
side.
Oh yeah, they are against the perimeter.
Exactly. So I mean, that's up to them to figure out how somebody gets in there, but just looking at the drawing, it doesn't look like anybody can get into those close seats.
Yeah. Okay. We will revise that and make sure that makes more sense.
Okay.
Okay. Great, thank you. Anything else?
I just wanted to know that I am representing also the 21, so I don't know if you want to do it after this.
Yeah, let's do it now, since you're here.
Yeah, which is 6th Avenue, 465 6th Avenue.
Okay. Hold on, let me pull it up. Okay, so that would be closing the public hearing on number 15 and then moving on to number 21, which is 6th Ave Food Corp, DBA Roma Pizza, 465 6th Avenue for a sidewalk cafe. So if anybody wants to testify on this application, please raise your hand. Donna will promote you.
I don't see anybody.
So did have some questions. Is there anything that you want to say about this first, Maria?
No, it's basically the same purpose to add seating to like a small interior space.
Yeah. I'm wondering, are you planning on having waiter service? Probably not, right? With the pizza place?
No.
Okay, yeah, I mentioned that just because I see that it notes the service aisle. And something I wanted to call out about that is that it makes it seem like customers would enter the cafe from the sidewalk, from the clear path of the sidewalk, when really they would have to go within the barrier between the perimeter and the building. So they'd have to go, on the case for 11th Street, they'd have to go from the entrance of the restaurant around the corner, but within that 3 foot or however 3'10" measurement. They can't go out into the clear path and then enter from there. Does that make sense?
Yes, I know what maybe the
yeah, let me share it. Okay, yeah, so right now it's showing the service aisles here and over here. But really what would need to happen is the person would need to come out and then go within here to walk down rather than here.
Okay.
And instead of going like this, they would need to go this way, which brings up another comment. There's a red fence right here.
Yes.
Yeah, and so it seems like that would be a problem for the customers to then go from the entrance and access this cafe. I don't know who owns the fence. It could be removed.
Yeah, let me check. Let me see.
Right.
This is to keep them stepping off the edge.
You know, actually that fence is in process of being removed. That little like railing that is in at the entrance.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? You said it's in the process of being removed?
Of being removed, the railing.
Okay. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, well, that would definitely help because then this sidewalk cafe becomes accessible.
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
I'm gonna stop my screen share just so I can see my notes. Arturo, let's see.
Just same thing before as the plants, about the plants, like, if you want to keep them, they have to stay within the perimeter, but that's gonna impede on your space for tables, so you're probably just gonna have to get rid of them.
Yeah, all the plants and all the other fixtures.
The flags and all that stuff.
Uh-huh, mhm.
Would that be a modification?
I can put it in there.
And then. I wanted to talk about the crosswalk sign that's on West 11th Street. There's a box on the site plan that shows where it is, but it's not quite in the proper location. Let me share my screen. So on the site plan, it shows that this box is not directly in front of the storefront. It shows that it's parallel. I'm sorry, it says that it's diagonal, but when you look at the street view, it's actually directly in front of the facade.
Yeah, you're right. It has to be moved to the corner, actually, of the.
Yeah, like right here, like right next
there.
to
It will not, yeah, it will not appearance, I don't think so, but yeah, it has to be moved. It's right in the corner.
And it looks like it's closer to the building than the fire hydrant over here. If you follow the line of the hydrant. And so we do need 10 feet.
Yes.
Clear path right now. Or I'm sorry, on this street, it's only 8 feet clear path.
8 feet, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So it looks like the box would be relocated right here.
Yeah.
Still need 8 feet, so it might mean that you need to either, push this cafe in a little bit, adjust those dimensions so that you maintain the 8 feet.
8 feet there. I do have a question. I require to have the guardrail in the front to separate the.
Wait, I'm sorry, can you say that again? We couldn't hear the first.
I require to have the fence in the front, or can I leave it open?
No.
The fence in the front?
The perimeter.
Yeah,
the perimeter.
The perimeter, yeah, in the front.
You mean like here?
Yeah, like do I am required
That is required, yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Without these gaps.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I think those are my thoughts. Anything else? Okay. Thanks, Maria. We will send you a list of modifications. You can review, make changes to the site plan. If you agree with them, sign it, notarize it, and send it back to us. And that way we'll avoid having to do a public hearing for the Sidewalk Cafe.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Did you include the fire hydrant in the comments, in the modifications?
The fire hydrant's there.
Where is it?
It's the here.
No, in your modifications, in the notes.
Is the fire hydrant an issue?
I didn't, is that, I thought that's what you were bringing up.
Oh, I thought about the crosswalk.
Oh, the crosswalk, okay,
The
gotcha, gotcha.
The crosswalk sign.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to write it in.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it is there.
Good.
Okay. Okay, so next we were gonna do, okay, so we did number 21. Now we were gonna do
16?
16 and then 17, 20 for Robert.
16.
Yeah, 16, which is Equindi, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Equindi Corp, DBA Cafe Panino Mucho Gusto at 551 Hudson Street. So if you're the applicant, yep, looks like someone's already raised their hand. And if you want to testify, please also raise your hand.
Hi, can you hear us? Good evening, greetings.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, hi, my name is Arshad Syed, and me and my
He's coming on. He declined at first. I allowed talking. Now he's coming back on as a panelist. So.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Yes. Hi, greetings and very good evening. Thank you so much. Me and my wife, we have been running this cafe since 2007. The cafe is in existence since 1996. And we are applying for sidewalk seating. During COVID, it was very helpful, as we all know how bad the situation was. And we are a little cafe. We close at 4 in the evening on weekdays and 5:30 in the evening on weekends. So if there's any questions, we'll be happy to help.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like nobody's here to testify. Anything that the committee wants to talk about first?
Well, I certainly am very familiar with the place, and talk about a nice, quiet operation, and been there so long, and it just seems like just a kind of nice little place, and no problem at all for the neighborhood. So
thank you.
We certainly will want to do what we can to help.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your word means a lot to us.
Appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Maybe earlier in the meeting, you've heard us talk about primary building entrances
Yes.
and how DOT requires a 5-foot clearance from primary building entrances. And looking at where the cafe is, you're sandwiched right between two. I can show on Google Maps. One of them has 20 units, and then the other one has 3. Let me share. Okay, so this one is the one for 20 units. This is the primary building entrance for this big building.
Yes, we are in that building.
Yes.
Yep. And then here, there's another one for this building, this red brick building. So your storefront, let me pull it up. Storefront's only 12 foot 4 inches. And each cafe is only about 5.5 feet. The 5-foot clearance needs to be measured from the edge of the door jamb into your storefront space. And unfortunately, you have primary building entrances on both sides of you. And they would kind of knock out all of the space for your cafe. Right? What is the committee?
Without the definitions, that's the problem, because we haven't got the definitions again. Now, where you one with 3 units, another with a significant number, and it's different. It's hard to understand.
That's right.
Those two, because obviously one has the other doesn't, but the rule is.
Yeah. It might be that the one at, I think it's 555, is such a small building that it's may not quite fall into the same definition as the one on the left, which is obviously a very large building, and that clearly is a needs a 5-foot clearance for all of the emergency access and so on.
So may I say something, sir?
Yes.
So this building, the main building in which we are located, has a stoop which is like 5 or 6 feet coming out and has railings on either side. And the neighbors in the building have planted plants. So if you see other pictures, if this is Google Map,
I see that there's a little railing.
yeah, the railing, and then the railing ends with a few steps going down, which we end up cleaning pretty much every single day. And the next door property is of one family home, and the neighbor is very friendly with us. I know we have to comply by whatever the regulation is, but the space is, I mean, we can, the space between their doorways, like at least, I mean, we'll measure exactly if that's what is required, but we had benches in the past where we didn't require a cafe license. We couldn't afford to get a cafe license, but so from this door to where the gentleman is sitting here, it has to be 5 feet, you're saying?
Well, that's just the way the DOT has written the rules.
Okay.
I'm sorry for interrupting. The terminology in the rules is primary building entrance for residences.
Mm-hmm.
There has been some discussion that we've heard whether it needs to be a certain size building in order to be a primary building entrance or not. Otherwise, maybe it falls under a different category. Unfortunately, we have not been able to get something definitive that helps us for every little application, for every type of building and every situation. So all we have is that in that initial terminology of 5-foot clearance, that's a horizontal measurement, kind of like a pathway,
mm-hmm.
on the edge of a principal building or primary building entrance. So that's what we've been applying, and that's what we've been talking about. And I guess to go back to what Stella and Valerie have said, we're advisory only. We just give that opinion to DOT or that sort of thing from here. And so we're not saying yes, no, or maybe. It's unfortunate that we can't be more definite, but it's kind of a catch.
Yes.
Anything you can do to help us out, we'd be grateful. And, you know, we always work with our neighbors and any emergency situation or
We are
anything.
basically the neighborhood place where, as you in your kind words have expressed that, so it's a refuge for people who are doing some office work, reading, or I request all of you to come and just experience the sanctity of the place. But if we don't get it, it's totally fine, because we just had benches in the past and we'll keep the benches. But if it comes out, our customers would be able to enjoy the outdoors.
So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's one person from the public Don Myers. I just unmuted him. Don Myers, did you have something to say?
He put something in the chat.
Yeah, okay.
Did you want to speak, or is the chat all you want to say?
Just copy and paste what he said.
Okay. If you don't want to unmute and just use the chat, that's fine. We're copying your comments into our notes. Okay.
Yeah, so that's a positive comment in the chat. A supportive.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you. All right. Have a good night.
Good night.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
If someone here wants to testify.
We said that we were gonna do Robert Bow, 17, 20, and then 14, or do you want to do 14?
I think we should just do 14 first and then let's.
First?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
Doing 14.
I promise I won't.
What?
I promise I won't step out again. Thank you.
Okay, so closing the public hearing on number 16. Now we're gonna go to number 14. Sorry, Robert, we will come back to you. We just have someone in the room here to testify, so we want to hear what they want to say. So this is number 14, Matcha Full Inc., DBA Matcha Full at 217 Mulberry Street.
Yeah.
Roadway Cafe, and DOT has submitted this application for FNY for review.
Right. I've got a problem with all of these applications for waivers for very, very narrow streets. I think it's criminal. I think we live in a city that just must hate residents to do something like that to the people that live in these neighborhoods. We do have other areas in the city that have wide sidewalks, wide streets where it's entirely appropriate and spacious enough to have outdoor dining. But to put this kind of onerous, just this heavy issue on a community boards as Community Board 2 and others that are downtown that are known for having very narrow streets and sidewalks, I think is, I'll say it's unwise, but it's just stupid. I think it's criminal. And I don't know if you're waiting for someone to die because emergency services can't get through, but I don't know whether it's the mayor, the DOT, whoever is forcing the fire department to hamstring themselves. Well, something needs to happen to those people that are forcing the fire department to make, it's not on the fire department's head. It shouldn't be. They have said they need 15 feet clearance in the street. End of story. If it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. You know, go to another part of town. And not every bar and not every restaurant has a God-given right to have a sidewalk or a street cafe. That's it.
Did you state your, what name you would like to use, just so we have it for the record?
Karen.
Thank you.
Okay.
This one is our correct? No. Okay.
I guess let's double check. Is there, Thomas Hathaway?
Oh, yeah. Good point.
I don't think that there's anybody here.
I don't think we're
representing
accepting
the applicant.
anyone.
But if we're wrong and you are here, can you raise your hand? Or does anybody else?
Okay. Okay, I don't think there is. Okay, great.
So we could just talk about it later.
Business session?
Unless.
Okay.
Talk about it now. Great. Okay. So closing number 14 and moving on to number 17. Robert, this is yours. Carmine Restaurant Corp., DBA Il Cortile Restaurant at 123 Mulberry Street. And we haven't noted that this is a case where the sidewalk cafe is less than 3 feet. But let me pull up the application.
17?
This is 17.
Hi, hello.
Hi. Yes.
Hi, Robert.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
17, 20.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Just 2 tonight, Robert?
Yeah, just 2. It's a small one.
All right.
Yeah,
It's a
normally
short
it's like
agenda
5 or
for
6,
us
so
too. It's a short agenda for us too. Only 22 tonight.
that makes it easier for you guys.
Maybe, huh?
It's only not even 8 o'clock. I feel like we're doing okay. Yeah.
Don't make that dinner reservation yet.
Okay, does anyone want to start?
We heard the portico.
I heard it for the roadway. Yeah, I mean, this one has a platform. Let me pull up.
Oh, what's the?
I'm gonna share my screen.
Cool.
So this is a place that has operated a sidewalk cafe under the original program on the platform. This picture is from 2019. The rules for this new permanent program say that you cannot have a sidewalk cafe on a platform. Robert, have you talked to DOT about that?
So I don't think we are going to be having a platform.
Is it getting removed?
Yes, as what I think so. I'm not 100%. I can find out for you.
Yeah.
But I believe we are going to be taking that platform away just because DOT doesn't allow it.
Oh, okay.
Like they're gonna excavate this. They're gonna come and take it out. Like it's not like a removable platform. It's like something that's like mortared in the concrete is what you're saying?
Yeah, because I believe from those pictures, it's just those are wooden platform. Oh wait, no, that isn't.
Oh, it looks like it's great cement, yeah.
Yeah, those are cemented in.
Not that I don't believe, I just want to be like clear because it looks.
Yeah, no, I could find out. We can find out about that. I'm not 100% sure then.
Yeah, we've got a lot of situations all over the.
Yeah, I wonder why they added that when it wasn't in the old program.
What's that?
Well,
The elevated?
it's all about accessibility.
Oh,
It's an accessibility issue.
oh yeah, no, I see that. I guess I don't understand how it was allowed in the old program, but not now. Rhetorical question, I guess.
Yeah, I saw that the width is only 2.6. And I looked at this and I was like, there's no way that the platform is only 2.6. And then I was wondering how that would work if part of the platform would be considered the clear path. And I don't know, but if they are getting rid of the platform, I guess that makes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know though. I thought it was a wooden platform from the picture. I'm looking at it now. You can tell it's not. I'll have to find out about that because I'm not 100% sure how the rules work with that precisely.
Yeah, the rules are pretty clear that it has to be flush with the sidewalk.
Yeah. So I'm not 100%, but like with how that is, who did that, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I don't want to say.
I get it.
No to that.
Just another thing. The residential entrance is labeled here, but we don't have the 5-foot clearance. This table would need to be knocked out, it looks like.
Yeah, I did see that. I was going to talk to Michael about that one.
It looks like this one might be satisfied. This distance is 10'1". So, but it's just this one.
Okay.
Stop sharing my screen.
And Community Board 2 has in the past noted that the raised platform wasn't allowed.
Yeah.
Past resolutions dating back.
Oh, the pre-pandemic program? Wow.
They haven't put a table on there since.
Yeah, so I'll find out about that raised platform.
Yeah. I hate that it came all the way.
Is that other one a PB on the west side?
Let me.
Yeah, the top one.
Yes, both of them. Yeah. And she mentioned it.
I didn't mention them. I only mentioned the middle one.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me share my screen.
But yeah, in both cases. 5 feet on either side of it.
Yeah,
that one right there. Yeah, that one.
Like right up against it. So this table would need to be knocked out as well. And then I also noticed that there's metal railings. Let's see where they are. There's a couple metal railings like right here. There's one on the other side too, like here. And if the platform stays and these railings stay, then there would be no possible way for customers to access these tables. Because the clear path would end somewhere like here. You know, part of the platform would be the clear path.
Yeah.
And so I guess, I mean, people are not gonna climb over the railing, so, yeah, I mean, these would need to be removed, but also underlying everything is that it's only 2 feet, 6 inches, which is not ADA compliant. So a couple layers of challenges.
Complicated.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I can find out about those.
Thanks, Robert.
No problem.
Anything else? Okay. We can move on to 20.
Yes, so closing.
Oh yeah, closing, item 17 and going to 20, 340 Bleecker LLC, DBA St. Theo's at 340 Bleecker Street. What up? If anybody wants to speak on this, raise your hand.
I don't think there's barriers out there right now.
Did they get a roadway? You know,
Yeah, but it's not up.
it's not up yet.
I haven't seen it. I've just
Did
seen.
we get forwarded that?
Yeah, the roadway,
I
yeah.
thought it was sent to Brooklyn, or was the Brooklyn location?
No, we received it.
Okay. Remember, there was some mix up with the Brooklyn, but okay, cool.
There have been many mixes. That is true. But I don't, yeah. But the sidewalk we had heard, yeah. But I would say, I think the one we're on the sidewalk for St. Is anybody here to testify? Oh, there's one person. Yeah. Or is that? Oh, Susan Ginsburg, yeah.
You want me to speak now?
Yeah.
Over.
I'm not sure of their exact measurements. I haven't taken the tape measure. All I know is that that sidewalk's very crowded and their tables are big. They're not just the 2 tops. They're like, there might be a big table for 2. And especially weekends, it's very, very hard to walk there. They have no perimeter and they have a lot of waiters. They come in and out and walking on the sidewalk as well. So they have no zone for serving. It's all sidewalk for them. So that's just my objection to it. We don't really know much about them. I don't know if any of us have ever eaten there. But you could strike that, sorry. But all I know is that the sidewalk's extremely crowded. And when they have the roadway, it's very high service. It's a very expensive restaurant, so there's a lot of waiters, lots, and they're just walking back and forth and yeah, on the sidewalk. And I don't know how you kind of adjudicate that.
Thank you. Yeah, I was curious about the width, 4 foot 6 inches, if it was realistic to have 2 tables and a path between them.
Yeah.
I understand the service aisle is meant for this area to serve these tables, and then this service aisle to serve these tables kind of over the shoulder. But I'm not sure if it's realistic to have 2 tables.
They've only had one. They've only had one throughout the COVID time and now as well. They don't have 2 rows. They have one table, 1 row, and it's still crowded.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I would say my comment would be one row of tables.
Agreed.
That would be my suggestion. I don't know what everyone else thinks.
Any other comments? Okay, Robert, yeah.
So you'd want us to get rid of those 3 tables?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll talk to.
Well, because I've seen those, they're nice sized tables. I just don't see, I don't see that, while it is a somewhat generous sidewalk, I don't think that. I think with the roadway on there as well. Yeah, that would be my comment.
All right, I'll talk to Michael and the client about that.
And then the other comment I would make is if they have all the planters, if they have the umbrellas, if they have all the different service elements, that those have to be in the perimeter of the dining cafes, so the roadway or the sidewalk cafes, they can't be in the furnishing zone.
Yes.
Clear path.
Or on the clear path.
Okay.
I don't know where's our remote is. Isn't there a remote?
Yeah.
There is.
It's a way.
Okay. Thanks, Robert. I think that's all from us. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'll speak to Michael and the client on these ones and we'll get back to you.
All right, cool. Okay, so that's closing number 20.
All right, thank you. You guys have a great night.
Thanks, Robert.
Okay, and look at what we have left. We have 5, 8, 9.
5, 8, 9.
Oh, no, we did 18.
19? Did you do 19?
We did not do 19.
No, we have not.
And then
What about 20? We did 21. Yeah.
Did you do 21?
We did, yeah.
You do 22?
No, we did not do
22, she's online. Amy Ma.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then y'all did number 5 and
And Pete has his hand up to talk, I just saw. I don't know. So I'm just.
Yeah, thank you. I just noticed in the photo for 340 Bleecker that they have a built-in bench around the tree.
Right.
Maybe they have a agreement with DOT that they can have that, but that seems that's improper. But
We asked for that to be removed last time on the roadway, so we will continue that request.
And we did the same thing at SLA.
they agree. Okay, thank you.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
So we're gonna do 22?
Yeah.
Okay, and Amy? You're still here, can you raise your hand and we can promote you?
Amy Ma?
Yep.
Okay.
So this is Creative Bakery Studio LLC, DBA Papa D'Amor, 64 University.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, guys. My name is Amy. I apologize in advance if you hear a crying toddler. My kids are just about to go to sleep.
That's all right. That's all right. Thanks for being here.
Thank you guys for doing this. My husband and I, we run Creative Bakery Studios. We have a few bakeries in the city, and we actually just opened last Thursday. We're up on University Street, University Place, in that new building that came up. And there's quite a kind of wide open space in front of the sidewalk. So we were hoping to add a few more seats in there. We have just about, I want to say maybe like 15, 16 seats indoors, and would just help us increase our seating a little bit. So I'm here in case there's any questions, and obviously to make myself available.
Okay, there's no one here to testify, right?
Anybody here to testify? Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
I had a question just about some of the text that's on the site plan.
Okay.
I just can't read it. I don't know.
Okay, let me look.
See.
I'll try to download.
Well, I could read it for you.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Hey,
What would you like?
Any of them?
Ryan, is
All
that
of
your
them?
service?
Started. Okay, I'm on the left side. It's a column on the left side below the 11-foot 6-inch measurement from the curb to the barrier. In parentheses, 10 feet required. And then below that, this is the text. Required perimeter demarcation must be clear and visible using a lightweight and removable self-supporting base, wall, railing, planter, fence, or stanchion, and a rope not affixed to sidewalk. Maximum height 2 foot 6 inches. Below that is lightweight removable furniture to be used, not affixed to sidewalk. And below that is sidewalk seating area of neighboring establishment at 20 University Place, which we have heard in a hearing for them. So it does seem like this, as you say, it's a big sidewalk, has lots of room for seating, and we can talk about some other details. What else here? Let's see. Maybe up near the top of that, there's a few other. Oh, it repeats the same perimeter demarcation note as was read for the demarcation below it. And the same note is repeated, lightweight removable furniture, as was down below. So there's no additional notes to quote from.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
I'm honored.
I appreciate that. I mean, it looks like you have a lot of space here.
Looks good.
Yeah, it's a really generous sidewalk.
Yeah. Yeah. Thankfully, yes. It's been really great just seeing, also just the landlord of the building did a really great job in making that sidewalk much nicer than it used to be. So we're excited to have some seating.
Yeah, it looks like newly paved or something.
Well, yeah, it's a new building and
Yeah,
they redid the sidewalk with the building.
That's right.
Good job with the
It's,
sidewalk.
yeah, it's a beautiful building and a good job on the sidewalk.
Architecturally,
So,
yeah.
Right, that's right. It was a new building.
I don't have any other comments.
Yeah, me either.
There's no the primary building entrance is over to the side.
Nothing like the spout or anything like that's good.
Yeah, I'm looking at that now. You do have a Siamese connection right here that's not on the site plan. It should be right here, looks like.
Right here?
Oh,
Where?
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
So how does that work if it's up?
I think it's
It's what?
the same.
You have to move how many?
5 feet.
Okay, so just
Yeah.
moving in, just
move in the seats a little bit.
yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
So even this outer one, from our understanding from talking to DOT about what they require for those 5 feet clearances, the whole cafe perimeter would have to move in, like you wouldn't be able to do an L or something.
So just moving.
Just move it in
Yeah.
5 feet away from all directions of the spout?
Oh, just from the Siamese connection.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, sounds good.
Fire department has to get at that and put up their hoses and all that kind of good stuff. They need a lot of room.
And then there's a place to note it here as well, box S27. And then just put 5 feet
On the
here.
form, yeah.
On the next page.
On the next page. Should we be resubmitting the form or how should we?
Yeah, just you'll send it to us. We'll send you the details.
Okay. Okay, so we'll wait for you guys to let us know and then we'll send a revised one back.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
sounds great. Thank you guys. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
5, 8, 9, and 19, right? Wow. You're running.
We just don't have a lot.
I don't know, maybe you run a
We
more
don't have a lot
efficient
of
meeting.
items right now.
Less controversy, maybe.
I don't know.
Where are we going next?
Yeah, Brian wants to know where we're going.
He's like, let's
I'm
keep going.
sorry. I just want to write down the Simon's Connection
Oh,
stuff.
that's fine. That's fine.
Oh,
But I can do it. I can do it. I'll go. Okay, so let's go. So we have 5, 8, 9,
Yeah, that sounds right.
and
Yeah.
19, right? I think, okay.
Yep.
So,
Yes.
I guess we could just close out the back page. Is there, so let's do Wama San LLC.
Number 19?
Yeah. Don't be done with the back page, right? At 3596 6th Avenue for a sidewalk cafe. So if anyone wants to testify on agenda item 19. And if you're here for the other agenda items, I'll prioritize those if there's people here to speak on them. I'm just gonna close out the back half of the agenda. So let me know in the chat and I'll move the other ones up, but I don't see anyone here to testify, and I don't think we have the applicant here either. We tried to get through all those. Let's see, 19.
Do you
Yeah, we're
wanna-
not expecting, huh?
Do you want to do the one? Oh.
Yeah.
Comment.
Yeah, oh yeah, come.
Have a comment.
Yeah, if you could come up here and just state your.
My name is Karen. So I don't know if that structure, I'm looking at Google Maps. I don't know if that structure in front of that, is this what I'm looking?
At 3-5, I don't know. Oh,
Number 19.
we are on 19, yeah.
It's only a sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
Is that next to Seabird, just south of Seabird?
Yeah. This is for a sidewalk cafe, correct?
Yeah, so looking at that structure, I don't know if that structure was in place before, what was it, March of 2020? For people to have permanent or semi-permanent sidewalk structures like that. I wouldn't swear to it, but I don't think it was there before that date. But even if that structure is there, whether that structure is there or not, sidewalk seating means that pedestrians have to walk on subway grates. And I don't think that the DOT is insisting that pedestrians do that. I haven't measured the sidewalk, but if they could keep, what is it, on 6th Avenue, is that?
I don't see the structure though.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at Google Maps, maybe they've taken.
Yeah, this is
They had one a long time ago, but it's been taken down.
This is September 2020.
Has been taken down, okay.
So the planters.
So so the DOT says that there has to be what, on a street like that, 12 feet, free and clear pedestrian space?
I don't.
10 feet.
10 feet?
10 quarter. Yeah.
You've got subway grates that take up a fair portion of the width of that sidewalk there.
Yeah.
So how's that gonna work?
From subway grade is only 1.5 feet, and they do consider it clear path, so they do expect
Yeah.
to walk on it.
Unfortunately.
Well, that may be the rule, but I protest.
I hear that.
No, nobody likes it.
My shoe cobbler likes it.
All right.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing else for now, anyway.
Okay. So
We want to
move it. Yeah, is there anything, yeah, we can talk about this in a business session?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's
yeah.
that I think part of the issue here is that there's always a lot of, they've had plans and have always had bigger things, so the site plans aren't reflective of so that's more of the issue. But if it is in fact a 10-foot requirement, the plans that they've presented are actually the historic sidewalk cafe plans. So if they adhered to those, it looks like that they would have plenty of space.
Yeah, I think the only thing is the primary building entrance and how the 5 feet needs to be measured horizontally. And it would knock out that one table.
I thought we had one that did.
Are you saying it wouldn't, oh, it's this one? It's this one?
I think it was this was on Fifth Avenue.
Okay, yeah.
And
That one you
that-
put in
that's-
there.
Yeah, that's the one I was
Yeah.
thinking of, yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
and DOT had said it needs to be the white arrow, which is,
We're talking about this.
yeah,
Okay.
So it's like you go across from it and then you go straight out from wherever that 5 foot is, goes all the way to the curb. That's the 5 foot.
right,
Yeah,
right.
that makes sense.
Yeah, so that would, I think that would knock out that
Well, that's
table.
a big sidewalk.
Or maybe they just get rid of one chair. And it's-
What, this one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't need to tell them how
All
many.
you need is a good
tables they
book.
have to-
I mean, I don't know. You only
Yeah.
need a good book, right?
Well,
For a night out.
if our comments are that this is an old plan, that the clearance requirements are different than what they show, they may lose the one in front of their door and because it's too close to the primary building entrance for the residences, but they may have more room out further on the sidewalk. So I don't know if we make comments like that.
Wait, what are you
Yeah,
saying?
along with eliminating the door
This-
that's too close to the apartment entry
Mhm.
would be the comment that these are old drawings and the clearances are different on the new rules.
Yeah.
That would give them more space.
And like they're leaving 13
The
feet.
clear paths are good. They have 13 feet, 1 inch.
So,
but the-
and they've got 6 feet, 7 inches to the grate. So they
Oh.
have another 3 feet they can work with in there is what you're saying, Brian.
It's, yes,
Yeah.
that's what it seems. And we're not forcing them or anything like that. We're not denying it on that basis. We're simply making the comment. But yeah, the one seat near the apartment entry is too close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do like the way that I feel like we have not seen table configurations on a corner like this.
Oh, with the 2 in the caddy corner?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Which I feel like would be a good thing for us to recommend to some people.
It's a unique solution for a.
Yeah.
Oh, and the other one too. I see that. I see that. Oh, yeah, that is interesting.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Oh,
All right.
okay, so close the public hearing on agenda item 19. Now we go to the front page. So let's go to number 5. Tomiño LLC. Got 192 grand for a sidewalk cafe. Is there anyone here from the public to speak on this application? Please raise your hand. Seeing none. Is there anything that the committee wants to speak about now on this one? If not, we can move it.
For number 5, right?
Yeah, number 5. I don't mind. I
Just
just,
a second.
I have something to say, but we could. I have something to say, but we could wait.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
If we bring it up now, then we can just go to voting, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah, we still have to talk
yeah,
about
good point.
number 1.
Number 1.
So we still have to talk about number 1 at some point because we moved that one to business session, but let's talk about 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying so
5.
everyone knows.
5, the rule that they must maintain 50% of the sidewalk width or the clear path, whatever is greater. This width of the sidewalk is 17.8, which would mean that the cafe can't be greater than 8.10.
The cafe or the clear path?
The
cafe,
And what do they have it as?
9.8.
Okay, so that's a comment then, right? That's a good catch. 8 feet, 10 inches?
Yep.
Okay.
That was my only
Okay.
thing.
Okay, so what I see on Chambers, it's a little hard to read this site plan, but what I see is that in the photographs, the restaurant entrance is right next to a residential entrance. And they have they have put their planters and their barriers between those two doors. So that's not enough clearance for primary building entrance.
So that the door to the right is the,
Looks like a primary building entrance to me for that building.
You mean where it was erased?
Kind of erased or scribbled in, yeah.
well, but it looks like this was flipped, right? So they don't have seating in front of the restaurant entrance, because building entrance is to the left of that when you look at the diagram, and the photograph is looking from the other direction. And you're saying on the
Well, I mean,
which side are you?
I understand what you're saying about the site plan, but obviously the photo it's a front view of this establishment.
Which one entrance are you talking about? Like when I
Okay.
look at the Tomiño facade that they've provided.
Right.
The restaurant door is the one in the I don't know, middle. They have an open facade, restaurant door, and residential entrance to the right.
Well, I consider that to be like French doors that are open.
Right.
And that the main entrance to the restaurant is right under the word Tomiño.
Right.
And to the immediate right of that entrance door is another entrance, which I believe is the residential entrance.
Right.
But on the site plan, the
Flipped it.
planters is right next to the restaurant entrance. And there are no tables and chairs in front of it.
So
It's flipped the other direction.
But the planter couldn't be there. Because it's part of.
Yeah, I mean, that
perimeter.
may be, I mean, who knows if that's their planter or whatever, you know,
Yeah,
whatever
yeah. If
but
the planter is being used as the perimeter.
right, I mean, my main point is that there are no tables and chairs in violation of the primary building entrance, because it's flipped around.
Right. So we would just.
Okay, my understanding is that you can't have any obstruction in that 5-foot clearance near a primary building entrance. Their barrier and planter are definitely in the way.
In the picture.
Of that in the site plan.
He's right. That's right.
So you just take out the planter, right? But that's.
Well, you need a perimeter, to what Brian's saying, you need a perimeter. And then it's hard to tell on this drawing, but it looks like there's one table, it's very faint, that's directly across from the restaurant entrance on the top part of the drawing.
I think they erased.
Right?
Looks
Or did
erased.
they erase that?
I think erased.
Okay.
But I think that any which way you look at it, these planters that are marked there are not appropriate delineations, they're just planters.
Right.
Site plan. To me, it looks like this outline that they have, which is the solid penciled line, is actually where where the dividers should be. So the planters aren't sufficient to make that division, you know, no matter wherever they are.
Right. And so if you were to put, let's just say, a rope and stanchions where that column is, if you're looking at the Google Maps, right, the column that separates the restaurant door from the primary building entrance, that's what you would do.
Well, in the photograph, we don't see the delineation for the sidewalk cafe. So if you just move.
I see what you're saying, Carter.
If you just move these planters and stuff, then
Entrance over to the other side of.
Yeah, because right now they've been operating without anything, right?
Right, gotcha. Yep.
So,
Yep, then nothing would be in the way.
Okay.
In other words, if you didn't have a stanchion going out, they could just go from the building in, and then you missed that stanchion.
Well, the diagram doesn't show that there's a demarcated line.
Exactly.
That's the issue, unless that's what that solid line is, but then there's no opening.
Right.
And if it just looks like they haven't seriously taken it into account of putting a divider in. And practically speaking, when this wasn't being enforced during COVID, people used all these planters and stuff, which, you know, are nice, but they're not always practical. Because they eat up a lot of space when you actually set up the sidewalk cafe.
So essentially, it looks like it will work, but the drawing is not showing that.
Okay. All right, so close the public hearing on number 5. And we'll go to 8 and 9. We have a roadway cafe application and a sidewalk cafe application for 2 Thai food at 3 Greenwich Avenue. Is there anyone here to speak on that application? Not seeing anyone, so let's just go through them, I guess. Okay, so we have, maybe let's talk about the roadway first.
Oh, is this right on Greenwich?
I don't think I had any comments.
So, yeah, this is next to that Oleo restaurant that was so excessive or so long. This would be a modest setup compared with it. But it need to be separation between the 2 roadbeds, seating area.
I think that there is built-in space. I think that it's not directly across, right? Or not directly.
I think there's another store, a nail salon or something in between the 2 spaces.
Okay.
Did they ultimately get a roadway cafe approved? Oleo and Pew?
Oleo?
The roadway's there.
Oh,
It is.
right. Yeah, it did get approved. But also hasn't, didn't we receive, I received a photo, let me.
Yeah, there's a slope in the middle between them, so there's.
Right, but I've seen, they're on the right side. If you're facing it, they're on the right side or they're on the left side?
Yeah, they're on the right side.
Because on the left side is the flower shop, right?
It's Oleo, then Maya, then.
Okay, because I received photos from someone that was showing seating and I don't remember, extra seating from Oleo recently.
I sent photos to some of you over the weekend.
That's right. But also I think Frederica had
And
sent.
Frederica also.
Yeah, let me see. But I didn't forward them. Oh no, that's them in front of the flower shop. So I don't see it on the other side.
Yeah, they don't go to they're not expanding to the west in front of this space or the nail salon. They're expanding to the east in front of the other place.
Okay.
I don't have any other comments.
I think just these guys have traditionally been in compliance.
Yeah. Did they have a roadway during the pre-pandemic? I'm just don't remember. I only remember.
Nobody had a roadway.
No, Oleo had roadway.
Oh, wait,
but-
they did.
For 22,
They did?
2022. They
Oh.
No.
Except that, yeah, Oleo went beyond their perimeter beyond their
But they
perimeter.
did have sidewalk.
Okay.
Sidewalk.
Okay, I mean, that sidewalk's general.
So
you
now
can even
they're
apply this-
able to
We're on
have-
roadway though, right?
Yeah.
Might keep me on.
No,
And,
we're on.
and the other thing that's realistic is that there's diagram with the seating, with the tables and chairs is very realistic. And you know, not.
Well, and they have the space, because isn't this one where we applied the 50% for Oleo's?
I'm just saying that they have space, it's a realistic diagram.
Okay.
You know, I don't know what their table and chair size is, but even at the largest normal size, this leaves room to pass around, you know, to move around within there without it being maximized to the nth degree.
You're talking about the sidewalk?
No, for the
Oh, okay.
roadway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go to sidewalk.
Yep.
I'd say the same thing with the sidewalk. They leave a clear path in the middle. They can get to the other tables that are on the side. People can access the seating.
How does the 50% rule kick in here?
I thought about that.
Yeah.
I think that it's okay because, yeah, it is kind of,
The tree
the
pits.
tree pit makes
tree
some of the
pit.
sidewalk not functional, but
This seems like an anomaly because I think that 2 inches over at the other space,
Right.
they don't acknowledge these tree pits. I mean,
Right.
is that, I don't know, I seem to remember their presentation being much more significant with the adjoining business without
Yeah.
mentioning the names. of it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a very reasonable compliance.
I mean, and the sidewalk by their diagram is 24 feet, 7 inches, even if it's, you take off the 7 inches for a curb, they're using 11 feet for the sidewalk, so that's less than 50%.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, the city has the entire corner sidewalk jackhammered up. I don't know what they're doing, but it's all closed off and they're jackhammering up the entire sidewalk.
By
That
Cohen?
corner. Right. And-
Oh, that's right. Right. On Christopher. Okay. All right, so are we done with both of those?
Yes.
Okay,
Awesome.
great. So I think we've called up every application, so we have not talked about Monte's. We moved that to business session. So now we are going to business session where we are going to talk about each application. We are no longer taking public comment. If anyone needs to get up. We did do number 18. Did you want to testify on that one?
Okay.
Okay, you can come up.
Okay, my name is Karen.
Gonna reopen number 18.
18. I just want to say that Schuka's sidewalk seating has been perpetually overextended. It's impossible to walk on the sidewalk. There are tree beds there.
Yep.
And their sidewalk cafe just bleeds into their roadway cafe. And especially on the weekends, it's literally impossible. And I mean, I don't know, I haven't measured the sidewalk, so I don't really know. I couldn't talk to you about feet and inches. I just know that it's really impassable. And they need to be reined in, and they may be extending their sidewalk cafe too close to Prince Street as well. You know, really past their, I mean, they've been very, very aggressive in their seating, certainly in their sidewalk seating. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. So with that, I'm gonna close the public hearing again on number 18. And so now we're going to business session. If anyone needs to get up, please take care of whatever things you need to take care of. So 97 MacDougal Street for number 1. We didn't really talk about it during the public session. We closed and opened the hearing. There was no one here from the applicant. So let's talk about it now. Did they have Roadway in the old program? I just don't remember. They might, they might have. Yeah, I think they did too.
Yeah,
So
I made the
let's-
comments about the manhole. They do have it on the site plan. They do have the clearance within the roadway seating for the manhole. So let's see, I don't think there's any flooring.
Nope. Oh, wow. Wow. What an upgrade. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
That's good.
That's nice. Okay, so
So this is on MacDougal Street. I think all the other roadway cafes on MacDougal, we've asked them to reduce to 6.5.
Okay.
Because of the double parking and the bike lane.
Yeah.
So this would be another one of those.
When did they apply?
July 31st.
Of last year? Wow. I wonder why it took so long.
Yeah, there was another one we had tonight that applied in April of this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, all I have for them for 311 is noise complaints. I don't have anything for any of for the roadway.
Do we know if the restaurant goes up to the second floor? Because they're proposing having the cafe in front of the stairs.
Do we have an SLA interior drawing or anything?
Not in here.
I'm gonna look and see. I did not look.
I don't remember if it goes up to the second floor or not.
Yeah, on the door, it says private property, keep out. But they do have the awning of Monte's.
Yeah, that's a good, I don't know if we have a diagram done, I'll look.
Yeah.
I want chicken parmesan.
I know, me too.
Why does this conversation seem familiar to me?
What about
the stairs?
This, yeah.
We probably asked it on another application.
Yeah, these MacDougal applications, there's a lot of
No,
things.
this one,
I think so, like maybe
This
Charles
one-
Prime Rib. We talked about it then.
Which one?
What was it, Charles Prime Rib?
Mhm.
I'm not sure what it
That
was.
one's just downstairs.
I don't remember what we said.
I think
I remember talking.
might not have been here for that one. This one, I mean, based on the photos, it only looks like the basement area.
Yeah, that's my memory of going here. Is that it's.
I don't remember there being upstairs, like yeah.
But it's a split level, isn't it? It's like
You go down?
So it's it's one of these along this street because there's actually a slope down behind here to Minetta Lane. There's some of the through block buildings have a different elevation on the back and the front. So the buildings can be noted as, you know, in an interesting way if the question is about the basement.
you know, when this may have come up, Carter, for us was maybe something with Comedy Club or something like that.
Yeah, no, it's come up across
Multiple, yeah.
I'm just looking this up.
What do you say? We can't get 400 plus applications we've looked at straight.
I do know
I
that
don't memorize
they
them
do have their name and logo on all of the awnings on the second floor or the parlor floor, I guess.
Yeah, this is a common, Monte's has been there so long.
Yeah.
If you actually go to the intersection of Bleecker and MacDougal, you'll see the same thing on the second stories, even though the businesses are not there, but there are awnings that have the businesses' names up on the, at least one of the floors that's still there. So that's not
I think on
unusual, and I
Mulberry,
think
too.
it may be historically, and I don't know in this case, is because the building ownership was often the ground floor business, and so not unusual. I don't know the case here.
Oh, yeah, for the building owner to own the restaurant, yeah.
Well, I also just looking at the certificate of occupancy here, it does say, you know,
First floor
and basement.
and basement.
Okay, so
And then there's also a cellar.
Cellar.
So
that means the above grade, right, Carter?
well, the basement,
Is where the bigger awning is
right, and then the cellar,
below that.
yeah.
And then the first floor is those stairs up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then it can stay at the length that it is.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Okay.
It does seem like it's legit, go all the way across. Or that storefront.
Is it 2 floors or no, it's just
That's the question.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that they say it on the site plan, restaurant entrance below,
Yeah.
the stairs, the building entrance above, which then makes it seem like it is not theirs. And then they would reduce it.
And so what if the business of the restaurant has their offices or storage or whatever part of their business on the upper floor, not for public access, but for their private use? I don't know.
I mean, it could also be an event room. It could be any number of things.
Yeah.
Private dining.
Because this has been around for so long, I don't think that we would have any records on it. But it's properly reflected in the building document.
Right.
Okay, so are we like a conditional denial with the asking them to go down to 6.5 feet?
And not worry about the length?
Are we doing the length?
I don't know. No.
Could be 6.5 feet.
Yeah.
Instead of 8 feet.
But then for the length, is it okay for them to go in front of the stairs?
In this case, I think so. I don't think we have.
Yeah,
much-
I would agree with that. I think so. The certificate of occupancy shows they,
I think that the issue here is with all of MacDougal is number one is the width
right.
of this should be reduced given the circumstances. The other thing that we had come to understand is that it depends on how this is constructed. If on the edges, it's unclear and we did not get a definitive answer whether the ones that are this narrow, which are the metal ones, whether those are allowed. There's an open question about that. And then
why are they not allowed?
well, they said that they don't conform with the rules, the metal ones. That's what, when we went on our walkthrough, they said they don't meet the rules.
If they do
That doesn't meet the rules. Just being metal doesn't meet the rules.
no, just being metal doesn't meet the rules, but if it's a specific metal that does the weight pound threshold that they say.
They said that they had not.
None of the metal meets the rules.
They said they hadn't been presented and they said it wasn't.
Oh, interesting.
Not certified.
That's what we found. I mean, that's what we
Okay.
heard. So
Okay, good to know.
what we found, because there's a mix of this on MacDougal when we went down, is that some of them have the barriers covered in wood, in which case they're much wider. And so, anyway, that just brings a lot of questions here, but also just going up property line to property line. This raises a lot of issues from just what we've have brought up before with, respect to the garbage, all the maintenance, keeping space away from the edges. And, on MacDougal Street, if you go down there, if there is any space, they're just full of garbage cans. So, I mean, that's just the practical consideration here, and I think that we need to point that out, because I mean, I think this brings up the issue that we had as a committee and raised consistently with the other applicants on MacDougal Street for Roadway, is that it's not supposed to be a continuous line of roadbed. It's supposed to have breaks in it, and that was the issue, because there's so many food places, and I think the place next door is a food place, right?
Yeah. To both
And-
sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Would
anyway,
we
we
want
should
to
have
have that as a
setbacks.
modification, like show the plan for the trash?
Yeah, or show the plan for the trash. I mean, you can even see there's some sort of weird stuff built in on the edge of this. I don't know if it was something, during the pandemic era program, but also the comedy cellar entrance is right there. So I mean, there's just all these issues that are raised here on MacDougal Street, that raise a lot of questions with throughout the program, all the anomalies.
So conditional denial,
Yeah,
all those in favor?
With what?
with modifications to adjust the width. I also had to adjust the placement of the gas valve. It's just not in the right spot. And then show the plan for the trash.
So what did we land on the length?
Leave it.
No, the length should be shortened
Oh, I thought we were.
because it goes property line to property line.
Oh, okay. Oh, so that goes with the trash.
Right.
1959. Okay, so yeah, to shorten it, yeah, I think I'm leaning more towards shortening it too.
It's because it's got residential above. I mean, this is
Yeah.
just creating all these.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
But this brings a question, even if this business is 2 floors, it probably shouldn't go in front of the stairway because the stairway on these buildings traditionally, they usually go back, they're not short.
all right,
Okay, so adjust length of cafe to not extend beyond the stairs. Or not extend in front of the stairs.
all right.
The more I look at it, and this is just a number of.
Okay. So all those in favor for a conditional denial? Aye. Okay, next, Little Lucky's LLC sidewalk. This is the primary building entrance on both sides. I think it's gonna go
Yes.
down to 2 tables.
Yeah, we talked about the standpipe. And we talked about the 2 primary building entrances to either side. Probably have to remove the tables within the primary building entrance. And then we'll see what they can fit.
Okay, so are we gonna, what did she ask at the end? She wanted to know if
I think
we could
she,
consider not doing that?
yeah. That she makes a concerted effort to know the neighbors and she has all of their phone numbers.
Oh, because of the, right. Because what does it take her from 5 tables to 7?
We definitely have to remove at least 1 table from the north.
Right.
And then, I don't know. Do
I mean,
something.
I don't, yeah, I mean,
I don't think we need to comment on how many tables there can be, just
right, just
say.
say the 5 feet and then let them
Yeah,
figure it out. Okay.
remove
Yeah,
tables /
okay.
chairs within the 5 feet.
Okay,
5 feet from the principal building entrance and 5 feet from
The other
the
one.
standpipe, correct?
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so conditional denial on Lucky SoHo. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, next, DVI West Village LLC for a sidewalk cafe. This is on 7th Avenue South.
So can you just review them? So they have some updated plan that we don't have, right?
Yeah.
And in that updated plan, it knocked out that circular table, which is to the
Yes.
northern part. Or
Yeah.
northeast part, and then what else? What other changes?
That was his only change, and then we were talking about removing the round table to the south, because it's not really in front of their storefront.
Yeah, it's interesting because this 7th Avenue South was constructed space because they removed buildings.
Right.
So it's a little odd to, what is a building frontage? And if it's not, that little table could be in private property too. I would say the compromise is that they just conform to the 2 tops and not have these big circular tables.
Yeah.
Because what happens with these big tables,
It's a
they
sprawl.
like sprawl, and that,
So you're saying that the circle table could be replaced with two tops?
Well, just continue the line down of two tops and not have to be so awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I also think the space is not as big as it is saying it is on the drawing. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I thought it was a strange configuration.
Yeah.
They had a pathway that took a jog even, well, yes, it's clearing the standpipe. But why did they jog it then? Why didn't they just run it straight across all the way down and leave more room, or have it in the same place that the other service aisle further to the northeast? It just, there's so much room for a reconfiguration for more tables and chairs. We're not, I think none of our comments are saying that you got to reduce your seating.
Right.
It's just a different arrangement.
This is, I'm just looking at if you go look at the Google Maps photo, I mean, it's because there's some sort of a strange little configuration here. And it looks like they're existing, what are lot line windows, but or maybe more legal windows. And that this was some compromise in the construction of the building to not impact that adjoining building. Because if you look, if you just look here, how this is set up, if this was continued, it's only one story at the bottom part.
Oh, yeah.
So see, they have the lot line windows, the fire escape, and
Yeah.
it looks like this was an accommodation.
They actually call that area in the one story as an auxiliary room. They don't even include it in their dining and so forth. Although I think it is a overflow or private event.
Okay.
Yeah, they treat it quite separately.
Yeah, so it just looks like that's a strange area that was maybe a compromise during the construction. And also, as you know, those triangles are very expensive to build material wise. That doesn't really make much sense
That's
when they're
right.
beyond one story because it's dead space. So,
Yeah, although there are a couple along 7th Avenue that are cut up just for the same reason that you mentioned. And they still built those little triangles, little spaces, because it's mostly residential.
I think it's too expensive now because most of these buildings have all that glass. And I think we've heard a few of the buildings come and say that the construction of that type of wall without sufficient space behind them is impractical these days.
Oh, yeah.
The use of the larger windows.
Okay, so the modifications would be to check the awnings boxes in section 3, remove the round table past the storefront at the southern end, replace with continued row of 2 tops. And then remove round table past storefront at the northern end, and then the boilerplate ADA.
Okay. So conditional denial for Vingt.
Yep.
Right.
Aye.
Aye, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next. NoHo LLC, CBA Bandits for a sidewalk cafe. One table, less than 3 feet. Clearly they're not in compliance now. They have multiple tables on the sidewalk that are
4 tops.
They're 4 tops where they jut out perpendicular to the sidewalk.
The roadbed seating, it's in a stand, not that this has anything to do with roadbed, so.
Right, it's also like, right, well, this is a sidewalk cafe application. Their roadway is, I don't know if any of you guys have seen it lately.
Sure.
Is, it's
in metal
very-
barriers in a no
but
standing zone. I mean,
Yeah.
it's in the no standing zone.
But were they approved for it? I guess I'm trying to
No,
understand.
I mean, what they applied for is that roadway seating further to the east, so it's not in the no standing zone.
Oh.
And where they're setting up is in the no standing zone with these barriers that are useless.
They're very unsafe. Yeah, they're very light.
Yeah, and
they certainly, those are metal barriers that don't conform. I don't know if shipping crate metal barriers conform, but these certainly don't conform to anything.
you know.
Now, these are meant for use on sidewalks.
Yeah.
Right, just for keeping people in line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
The measurements, right? I'm just to go back to the.
all right, so the measurements, it's not
What is the
ADA
BH?
compliant.
Is this
I
the
think that's
side,
their-
the
their
basement
hatch,
hatch?
yeah.
That's what BH stands
That's
for.
right. Fortunately, we have that ADA non-compliance as our book for not approving. But we have also the notes, all these other violations and improper use of the sidewalk and roadway that has been going on for many, many months.
Years.
There's also the primary building entrance right there. But they're saying they want to put their tables right next to the primary building entrance.
And that's for the residential entrance
Yeah.
above.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of units above at 38 Leroy.
Is there any change? I don't see a path to an approval with modification, so.
Yeah, so
You'll
this
re-
is
I
the
don't wanna
space,
interrupt.
yeah, I mean, this is the space where these garbage
Mhm.
cans are located.
Yeah.
And
Trying to find my
I think,
photo.
yeah. Yeah, I tend to agree that there's,
It sounds like we're coming to the consensus. I'm trying to look for the photo of it. I can't find it. It sounds like we're coming to consensus to deny this.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, oh, here
There's
it
also a
is.
lot of public testimony, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm gonna share my photo.
I
Five people
think-
spoke against it.
yeah, I think that in the important part of that testimony was that they said very recently that it's not passable with the clear path.
Mhm.
And that's really one of the important things.
Who
And
said
it's-
that?
The folks that
Everybody.
were testifying.
Mhm, mhm.
And also just sort of some of these things with this light pole, you know, when it's there, you start having all these little things plus the business entrance. And the part about commenting on the existing situation.
Oh, is that? Oh, wow.
Yeah, so this is the
That's-
roadway.
No.
Not compliant at all.
So this is,
These are more like sidewalk barriers.
yeah, so
Yeah.
the
Weighted down.
point here is that they are knowingly violating the rules and they're supposed to be compliant. And
And I think
I
they
just-
were issued an FDNY waiver for this. I don't see how that
well,
passed.
I don't know, but the larger point is that they're knowingly operating in violation and it's not like they have an extra table. They've put them all the way down. When was this application submitted?
July.
Yeah, so they've known since July, and that should be in our notes, what the compliance setup is.
That's right.
Since last year, before the end of the program.
Well, in November 1, you had to be in
Okay, so
compliance.
it's November
But
1.
yes.
Also, just note in the photo, they captured the no standing sign.
Oh, I captured that. This is a photo I took. I took this last Thursday.
So good for you. So where they're supposed to be is where that car is, if they are supposed to.
Over
be
here,
there.
it should be over here.
Right,
Well, and they're also next to this, like, what's that clearance?
right, because
feet, right.
what they applied for the
I didn't even
roadway, the diagram for the roadway was not what they are doing.
Okay, that's good to know.
But yeah, and I just
No, this
think
is-
that if you look at all the seating the way it is, it's not even trying. And that's something
No.
that I
Well,
think
so one arm here is an enforcement issue of things to be filed of that being a violation. And then there's the other of, the second one would be they're operating with no perimeter.
Well, and they're operating not in compliance with the diagram that they showed us for the sidewalk. This is not the diagram they showed us for the sidewalk.
Right.
That's right.
Okay, so are we wanting to, if we were to put up a vote for a denial, I could put that vote up.
Yep.
Do we want to communicate anything else back to them?
are we allowed to include all these other notes of comment?
No, yeah.
No, I think it's important to just make sure we get that it's not ADA compliant and that other primary building entrance for where they do have, even if they were operating in compliance with the drawing that they showed us, that drawing does not meet the ADA and does not meet the 5 feet from the primary building entrance.
Right.
But
I
there's no
think if, based on the comments we heard from our walk with DOT on MacDougal, they definitely would have written this one down compared to what they were saying was
This is
non-compliant.
like beyond.
Yeah. So,
And that they would feel like this is a safe place to put people is also pretty disappointing.
okay, so all those in favor for denial?
Aye.
Okay, so next we have number 5, Tomiño. Are we ready to vote on that since we just talked about that one? Or is there anything we need to discuss?
We said adjust cafe width to 810.
Okay, right.
So that it's not more than 50% of the sidewalk. Move the cafe perimeter, aka the planter, from the outer edge of the door to the inner edge of the door, to comply with the 5-foot clearance from the primary building entrance. Label the primary building entrance, add the clearance, and check the checkbox.
Got it. All right, so all those in favor for conditional denial for Tomiño?
Aye.
Aye. Next, Turks and Frogs.
I don't think we had, this was the one where it was 2 different businesses that are not connected on the inside.
It says only one.
Said 2 different SFP numbers.
Right, with the same legal name. I thought if you had.
One was Orient Express.
Yeah, it's next door. So do we have an issue with this one, or what's, Carter, you the one who raised this, so what's the issue, or?
No, it's not an issue. I was just raising it because it's a little bit of an anomaly where you have the same entity that operates 2 separate businesses next door, but they're not connected. So he was only applying here in front of this one, not with the other one. It was just a question because of the interconnectedness. We have very few businesses, like a salt and battery was one of them. There's a couple others. It's very few and far between. But again, an anomaly, I just wanted to make sure we were clear on.
He is proposing the cafe across both.
Is it, or is it, I thought that it.
Because this is Turks and Frogs and this is Orient Express.
But I thought that was the building entrance.
It didn't sound like he was.
That may be my confusion.
It didn't sound like he was planning to serve from Orient Express. It sounded like he was serving from Turks and Frogs.
Can there be chairs in front of Orient Express?
It's a property. I mean,
Does he have chairs in front of Orient Express?
In the diagrams. Yeah. This is Turks and Frogs and this is Orient Express.
But it says Turks and Frogs on both.
I know. I don't know, but there's the sign.
So you're saying the diagram is inaccurate?
So I didn't.
I guess I don't understand.
Yeah, I guess
I'm just confused about the
I'm
relationship.
just confused now.
Okay, so why don't I just, it sounds like we need to look at the photo and the site plan in one image. So.
Well, technically it's correct, right? Because they are both owned by Turks and Frogs LLC is what?
No, but if they're not connected on the interior, they will have 2 separate food service establishment licenses because they're physically 2 different places. And that is from what we've seen, because the other one we had was Ruby's.
Right.
That was on Mulberry Street where the storefronts next to each other but not connected. So that was just, I thought he said it was a separate storefront.
That is what he said. He said it was a separate storefront, not connected.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
But when we look at the picture.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see.
Yeah, you can see best in the picture.
You have
that
the
they
residential
submitted.
entrance to the left. And then the Orient Express is on the other side of that. It's a split storefront in the same building, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
It looks
So
like this,
I think this is actually the right,
So it's okay.
I think that this door to the side of Orient Express goes into,
that's,
I don't think it's
That's-
residential here.
no, that's Turks and, oh, I see what you're saying. Oh,
This is Turks
that
and
was my
Frogs, this is
misunderstanding. So the red.
Orient Express.
Yeah, so I don't think that they can do that this way. And this was something that we had raised actually in our liquor license resolution. Donna, I think,
Okay.
is that they can't share the alcohol.
Right.
Two different businesses, which
Right.
is
No, they can't share the alcohol.
share the
This is-
sidewalk
So
cafe.
is this
in
gonna
front of
become an
them.
issue at SLA as well?
Yeah, because it's not in front of their business, like to do it this, I didn't realize, I thought that this was the whole frontage and the other one on the other side.
I'm just not sure what you guys are.
I need
So
one
if you look at
image,
the
I need one
picture,
image that
Donna,
has the front photo
Application.
and
the
has
submitted
the
pictures.
plan on like
Okay.
one PowerPoint
Right, so
slide.
the pictures they submitted,
Yep.
if you go to the middle right picture.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
So the
Okay.
right one is Turks and Frog and the left is, I thought that was part of Turks and Frogs, but what's
Oh, got it. All
unclear
right.
is Oriental Express. I thought
Right.
the Oriental Express was on the other side of the residential entryway.
Right.
But in this particular case, they would need to have two sidewalk cafes
Oh, got it.
because it's two separate businesses.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm surprised they're not interconnected.
And it,
So that little cutout, if you go to the next page and look at their diagram, that little cutout between the first two blue tables is the separation of the two storefronts, actually.
that's right.
Windows, yeah.
So I think that this is sort of playing on what you can maybe do during COVID, but is not allowed.
Exactly.
So I think that that's, he'd need to pick, he just has to file for both. Or pick one of the two businesses.
And get rid of one table.
Right, but it would seem like, I don't know why he has them pushed to the left. I guess it's maybe the pole. I have no idea why there's not a table in the top part of the diagram.
Mhm.
It says there's trap doors, which I assume
Right.
basement doors or something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Anyway, so I think that
Yeah.
we'd have to recommend denial unless they. Because,
Presented as two storefronts.
well, there's two separate businesses, which,
There's two FSF
So-
owners, no?
well, yeah, so what,
Mhm.
what they've misrepresented here on the diagram is it's Turks and Frogs LLC is listed for both. But in reality, these are two separate businesses that are operating.
Under the same corporate entity.
Well, no, under two separate leases, two separate liquor licenses.
Two separate
Everything's-
FSF.
CPs.
Yeah, well, it should be two separate FSCs, different
He said
kitchens.
it was. He said
Yeah,
it was.
different kitchens, different everything, and we need to clearly outline that, because this is where they're sort of saying, oh, it's the same, because look, it's just Turks and Frogs LLC, but it's actually not.
Must be like
But
Balthazar.
it's interesting because it I just will say he did not present it that way also. He said they were two separate things.
Yeah.
Right. So you can't, just because he owns them both,
Can't
they're no
spread.
longer entitled to spread under this program.
Yeah, so modification would be to divide the cafe into.
No, it would not be to divide, it would be to shorten the cafe to
Yeah.
be just in front of Turks and Caicos
Yeah,
LLC, DBA Turks, or Turks and Frogs.
Exactly.
In that, in order to have seating in front of the other establishment with the separate FSC and separate all that, they would have to file a separate,
That's right.
excuse me, application.
Yeah, and I did measure from the primary building entrance for the residential part above, and there's, by the time you cross their entry door to the business, you're right at the corner of that bay window, which means that the seating could start right there. So they have all in front of their own.
What they show.
For seating.
We take the vote on that?
Oh, we didn't.
Oh, sorry.
So if the modification is reduce the cafe to not extend beyond Turks and Frogs storefront and to have cafe seating in front of Orient Express, submit separate application. If they do that, then the conditional.
But I'm just gonna play the whatever here. So what if he says, but it is in front of the Turks and, because it says Turks and Frogs LLC. I'm just saying, like.
It says it on the diagram.
It's just, it's.
I agree, but I know, but I'm just saying, but when he reads that, he's gonna go, oh, but it is. I'm just saying, like, how are
Well,
we?
put it under the one FSCP. You said there were two different FSCPs, put it under the one.
Yeah, and Turks and Frogs is 323 West 11th and Orient Express is 325.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe just, I'll have to just mark, I think we just have to mark up the plan and just. And just say like, it's this, because like, otherwise, like, if he's gonna say like, it is in front of Turks and Frogs, I'm just saying like.
Yeah.
No, it has to be one address and one FSCP and.
Okay, so conditional denial.
Yes.
All those in favor? I don't want to cut the debate short, but are we?
All right.
Yeah.
Hold on, my spreadsheet's not loading. Okay, so number 8, Thai Smile.
Both of them seem to conform with the space. Both of them have plenty of room to walk around in.
What about roadway or sidewalk or both?
Which one you want to start with?
I don't have a problem with either. I think
Okay.
that's it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we had any.
Issues.
I guess
No
I gotta share
modification,
my screen.
just the boilerplate ADA.
Okay, so a conditional denial.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Mother's Ruin. Roadway. And then sidewalk.
This is the one where it's just not ADA accessible.
Roadway, we're gonna do that first.
Yeah.
The roadway, we said add manhole to site plan, indicate clearance, check the manhole box, add dimensions to the roadway cafe in the diagram.
Okay. Conditional denial.
Aye.
I thought the roadway was denial? Huh?
It is FNY.
Yeah, it's FDNY, and we don't
Oh.
have the actual width of the street, because this is a very tight street. I don't know what the measurement is, but if you,
I think it's 25.
Okay, so denial that said modifications.
Where is this? This is spring between,
spring, just off Elizabeth and Ma.
Do they have one in the prior program?
Yes, they had a
Like,
sidewalk cafe.
But not a roadway, right?
Nobody did.
Nobody had a roadway.
During the temporary?
oh, I thought you
Yeah,
meant
they
in the
did.
original.
That's what I'm asking. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, it wasn't, it was a little bit tight.
So denial, but said modifications?
Well, it's just, yes.
Spring and Elizabeth?
Yeah.
Okay, so then for the
25, 6,
sidewalk, so
25.
all those in favor for denial for the roadway for Mother's Ruin?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So conditional denial for the sidewalk for Mother's Ruin, all those in favor?
Wait, hold on, we had an issue
Oh,
with
wait,
the
did I mess
sidewalk
this up?
from the measurements.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's important to point out the issue with the sidewalk measurements because we have the historical data that was also measured and.
Well, the other thing is that they use the historical
Exactly.
architectural plans and then change the measurements. They
Exactly.
appear that they're to scale, but they have nothing at all to do with scale. And that, and then on top of that, they found measurements that were much larger than what was there.
Exactly.
So do you have your notes on that?
Yeah, let me see. Oh, we didn't have any modifications because it's.
Yeah, the ADA thing.
Well, Brian had it was 12 feet to the curb, by the way we're measuring the curb.
Right.
And that makes a sidewalk cafe only 2 feet.
Yeah.
So that's clearly not ADA compliant. And to Carter's point of them taking the old historical documents and putting new measurements on top of them.
So if the historical documents are accurate, the original ones, and the drop down is where it is indicated, which is about 4 feet, and they can only take up, let's say their measurements were accurate, that they have 2 feet here too. They could conceivably have tables on both sides with service from the doorway. Right? I'm just you could have.
No.
No.
No, I said absent that is what I'm saying.
Absent
that
what?
Absent.
That they have the service from both sides, right? Just to the side. Well, I'm just pointing that out because this is one of those scenarios where this was compliant before.
The old program
now, and it's right up against the building line. And these are where, you know.
But they've lost 2 feet in the clear path. I'm just.
No, I understand but what I'm saying is if it is approved, everybody here seems to think these aren't going to be approved, but we don't know that's the
I'm
case.
sure it's going to be.
And so if they are going to be approved, we should at least be providing, I think, in a case like this, a little bit of commentary on what a workable setup could be. And so if you have the two tops on each side, I don't think that having this barrier out into the sidewalk is a very good idea. And that was my point, that the barrier should be on either side.
Go on either side so they can enter straight in, like you said.
Right, so that they can come straight in, because this setup is really not good for anybody. And it takes into account the old service aisle, required service aisle, because of the drop down fire escape. Like that's the only reason it's set up this way.
Right.
So
you're saying to have the barriers like here and here?
Right.
Yeah.
Like right up against there.
Yeah, you know, whatever it is. So I just, this is one of those things where if they are going to approve it, it's better to have a good setup. Because
a better layout, yeah.
Yeah, because it really can impact movement in this area.
So we're making a note about the 5-foot clearance to the PBE. Since it might be approved, and we want to make sure that's.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why we just need to note those. Yeah. Right, because we don't know.
So do we want to send that modification? Or
you can call them like comments.
Comments to the applicant or comments to DOT?
Oh, to both.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think to your point, I think more likely than not, if they were approved during the old program, DOT will probably look at them favorably.
Yeah, and I was heartened to hear them say that they are trying to work better with the community.
Yeah, that is good.
They've hired a security company.
That makes a big difference.
Michelle's, specifically has communicated to me concerns about this place. So taking steps to get to a better place, I think, is important. And this is an area that we got a lot of congestion complaints. So trying to get this to be a better scenario, I think is good for everybody.
So is this a conditional denial or is it a denial?
Well, I think if we've been denying all of them on,
You have to deny it.
right, on the ADA point,
Or
but I
minus
just don't
10.
think we should be giving some comments.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so all those in favor for a denial for the sidewalk?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so Elena, at 41 Carmine. Sidewalk,
Wait, where are we?
number 13,
Luna.
number 12,
Luna.
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luna, yes.
I'm just gonna say from an SLA standpoint, these poor people came to us so many times to try to get this done, so it's, and I've heard from numerous random people. Nice to have them there, so good to have them there,
Okay,
separate from this.
We said that there is a primary building entrance that's not labeled. It has 37 units, so I feel like anybody would agree that that's a primary.
Yeah.
So they would either need to remove that rightmost table or put it on top of the cellar door, which also blocks one of their entrances into the restaurant, but.
But they have two, so
Yeah,
I
they have
don't think
two.
that was a big deal. I think
Yeah.
it's like, you have two.
Yeah.
Yeah. Conditional denial?
Conditional denial?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
okay, so next we have Lico, Giuliani Group, 80 Carmine for sidewalk.
Just boilerplate ADA, right?
So conditional denial, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, next. Is there anything else we need to talk about that one?
No.
Okay, so Montefiore, 2217 Mulberry Roadway, it's a denial because it's FDNY, but is there anything else we need to speak about it?
It's directly across from me, Leon Dore.
Oh, yeah, let's put that down.
And there's no 15-foot offset. The travel lane would go down to 11 feet, 5 inches, or 6 inches,
Well, that's interesting.
if both were there. That's 24 feet, and then Ami Leon Dore is only 6 feet. So, yeah.
Okay, so a denial, all those in favor?
Deny.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Rosetta Pizza for Sidewalk Cafe at 304 West 14th, agenda item 15.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Go
one
ahead.
other thing about Montefiore, it's also right next to Little Rupees.
Okay,
So like the 6 feet.
let's make a note
3
of that,
feet,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah, the note that I had was that the seating was on a platform and that's not allowed.
Hmm.
So.
Oh, for the next one.
That's denied.
Are we on Rosetta?
I think that this may have been approved a long time ago and.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
304.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think you're.
I'm on Matchful. What are we on? What are you on?
Montefiore.
Oh, well,
they have a
we-
platform?
We went back and forth. I don't think much of had a
We're
platform.
on Rosetta Pizza now,
Now we're on Rosetta.
Okay.
Oh,
304 West 14th,
sorry.
conditional denial.
Yep.
Is there anything to discuss?
Talked about their planters.
304 West.
Yeah, I mean, and that,
304
I don't know
West.
if we have a standard comment, but all this like accessory furniture really becomes impactful.
Mhm.
And if they want to put it in there to decorate their space, it needs to be included within their roadbed or
Right.
sidewalk and not on outside of it.
Yep. Got it.
So now we're on 16?
Yeah, so all those in favor, conditional denial for Rosetta Pizza?
Aye.
Okay, Cafe Panino Mucho Gusto,
I feel sad.
E Quindi Corp. Why?
Yeah, I feel the same way.
So I support them having a little, but I also.
It would be like 8 inches.
It doesn't conform and just, you know, it's a shame that it doesn't conform, but it doesn't conform.
I mean, it's unfortunate it gets all the way here,
Well, I
in
think-
complete non-compliance.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they do have a point with the stairs in the barrier. That's something that we actually made an exception for, if you guys recall, for Lovely Day. Because nobody can transit that area.
All right, so if we were gonna make
So-
that exception, we should have made it for rappel up on.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know what we did or didn't do. I'm just saying that we did do that specifically for Lovely Day. And the argument that the gentleman made in response to what we had said, I mean, if they're not extending past that point, that actually creates the space where if you did a two-top parallel to the building, there is in fact, there's not a lot of, right, so that there's no blockage of the sidewalk. That's the only way that I would be okay saying yes, is because you're actually not impeding, because there's something that's it built there, you know, from that.
It's tough because also in those cases, like those areas, even though they're kind of blocked by those fences and gates, they're still like overflow area, right? But nonetheless, I still like am generally supportive of this application.
When you say overflow, what do you mean by that?
Like when there's a lot of people, you can move into that space to get around people and then get back into like the main sidewalk.
Yeah, that's true, because Lovely Day was on both sides.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a usable.
I mean, I think, didn't we have a application or we just made no comment or something, or we didn't check any boxes? Is
I think that was that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's, I mean, so I would be supportive of that, doing that here.
I won't be. I'm just saying we've had other applications that we haven't applied this to, and if we're gonna apply this, we need to be consistent applying it to everybody. I mean, I feel bad about this and I think we should be applying it, but we haven't been applying this consistently to everybody. So if we're going to do this, it needs to be applied to everybody.
I think there's room for one table and two chairs.
Well, we should have done that on somebody last month.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about this one. And we did it before on Lovely Day, and that was before that. So, I mean, you know,
We did on-
nobody brings it up.
We did on that one guy.
I won't vote in favor of this.
The Little Italy, right? Yeah.
Lovely Day was about the clear path.
Yeah. This is, you're thinking of a different one, Carter.
I think it was the Little Italy.
No, it was the clear path. That's.
Like there were two stoops.
No, but it was that one guy that.
Yeah, the guy was like multi-generational Italian family.
No,
that was.
No, but I'm thinking of another guy, younger guy.
But I just think
that one was also 88 not compliant. We kind of moved it along or said no comment. I don't know.
So where are we going on this?
I'm in favor of a conditional denial with a note of clearance for residential entries.
Wait, I'm sorry, say that again. The end, what did you say at the end?
Sorry?
I just didn't hear you.
Conditional denial with the note that clearance must be allowed for residential entries.
For both sides.
Let them work it out. Let the DOT.
Right. I'm fine with that.
Okay, so conditional denial based on what Brian just said?
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And I think that we should note in that
Yes.
there is the stoop. Because the stoops also require from the city.
Right, and if we haven't, let's also make a note that 555 is a single family,
Yeah, they said that.
not multi-family.
Mhm.
That was Jane Jacobs' house, by the way.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Wow. I didn't know that.
Very nice, Brian.
Recently got renovated.
Okay, so conditional denial, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so 17 Il Cortile or Carmine Restaurant Core, 123 Mulberry for a sidewalk. This is the raised platform.
Yeah, I would say that's a denial. I mean, there's so many weird things there. Like part of the stoop would be clear path.
Well, and if they say it's grandfathered in, it doesn't.
Have to come.
No, but this is what's important is this existed pre-DCA.
Oh, yeah.
Like it was a different process.
Mm.
And so that application process for a revocable consent was done very differently. Then the DCA program came in. And I think that this just got rolled in and then it just kept being renewed and it was never properly reviewed in the beginning. But that's how old it is. But now there's a new program that has a very clear rules. And this is the time to call it out and let DOT
percolate that up
whatever
city
they
council.
do. And the biggest thing, that we've said is if there's going to be any ledge, there should be a railing to keep people from falling off of it. And then that goes to your point of the clear path.
Right.
So it's,
Yeah.
Yeah, because then again, same argument, right? If you have that space, it can be used as overflow to go down the street.
Right.
But I was looking at the photos going back to like 2011, they had people sitting on the platform eating there, so.
So this would not have any modifications. Yeah. Okay. So
Okay,
denial.
so a denial for Il Cortile. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so Shuka, Sidewalk Cafe.
358 MacDougal.
Okay.
One of those bad actors, violations for years or many months, all the way through the program. But they are promising to abide by their site plan, which seems like it might work.
Yeah, our modifications were to add a storefront dimension, adjust the name of the certificate holder. Would that be a modification?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I just don't know if we really touched that page before. So I don't know. Umbrellas cannot overhang the cafe perimeter. North arrow, boilerplate ADA.
Conditional denial. All those in favor for Shuka Sidewalk Cafe?
Aye.
Aye. Lama San, 3596 Avenue for a sidewalk cafe, agenda item 19.
Okay, our modifications, they have a bike rack on the subway grate that's not shown. It needs 10-foot clearance. They might need to adjust the cafe width or length as necessary. Label the apartment building entrance by PVE, indicate clearance parallel to the building. Check the box, remove the table/chair closest to PVE, boilerplate ADA.
Okay.
Okay, conditional denial. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. St. Theo's, 340 Bleecker LLC for a sidewalk cafe. I think the modification is one row.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Oh, just again, the outdoor.
And the
furniture,
perimeter, and they need to
yeah.
have the perimeter, and then the removal of the again, for the third time, the tree seat.
Right.
Yep. Yep.
Keep all of the pedestrian path clear. Remove all of the obstacles, planters, umbrellas, umbrella stands.
Okay, so conditional denial for St. Theo's. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Roma Pizza at 4656 Avenue for sidewalk cafe. Agenda item 21.
This one was weird.
Yeah, you've got a lot of notes on it. I think what it boiled down to was a conditional denial because there's a path that could have solid barriers. On one side, the side street, you can get to it from the front door. The other door, they're removing a railing
Yeah, there's a little
so that
fence.
it's possible to cross that grate, or past the grate, the hatch, to get to that seating. But I think there was also a principal building entrance over on the right side that they had to keep clear of.
On 6th Avenue?
Yes. That's my recollection. I didn't make a note of it.
I don't remember that. I don't know if it's residence there.
Oh,
Let me see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there is a residence there, but, yeah, okay. Good catch. So label PBE. Indicate clearance.
This is on 11th or?
yeah.
This-
Yeah. Okay,
Oh, on 11th?
Oh,
I
no,
think it's on
Sixth
6th.
Avenue. Sixth Avenue is where.
Right.
Oh, our
the
side.
main entrance.
Okay, gotcha.
S22. Remove table within the clearance.
Okay, so all those in favor for conditional denial? Aye. All right. Last one, Creative Bakery Studio LLC. Papa Diamore, 64 University Place. I think we just had to go in.
Oh, it
Because
was
of
just a sand tag.
the Siamese.
Yeah.
So conditional denial, anything else?
No.
All those in favor, conditional denial for Papa Diamore Sidewalk Cafe?
Aye.
Aye. Great. Any new business?
We
How many
received
referrals did we
16 this week,
Wow.
which is more than we've received in a while.
Are
Yeah.
they, do you know if they're mostly sidewalk, roadway?
They're all sidewalk. They're all
Okay.
sidewalk. Yeah.
So it sounds like we've gotten to, they've referred most of the roadways that were,
Yeah, we were at
Only
87%. How many roadway did we have today?
Only 2
Okay.
3.
Yeah. I think so. One.
But that
Yeah.
87% is based on what people applied for by August 3rd, correct?
Most by August 3rd, but obviously we've added in that number, anything that's gotten anything that was applied, they applied afterwards as well, so. it's
So
hard
some
to
of those
say.
people may have chosen not to move forward and applied to keep, I'm just trying to figure out the stats on that. Some people may have applied just to keep it through the fall last year and had no intention of moving forward or were weighing it out.
That is.
or gone out of business.
Or gone
Yeah.
out of business or something else.
Yeah, that's possible, yeah.
Okay.
Other than that, there was a walkthrough of MacDougal Street. We haven't had a meeting since that, did we? No. We did a walkthrough of MacDougal Street with Councilmember Rivera last week on MacDougal and went to a couple of different spots that office identified. And DOT was on the walk, Penny Ringel, Kate Scherer, who's our liaison, and Jennifer Stott Innes, who is the Deputy Manhattan Borough Commissioner. Right, I have that right. And also a gentleman from Small Business Services, Food and Beverage section, and we walked MacDougal and several issues of the clear path not being adhered to or pointed out by DOT very proactively on that walk. And I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I was there. I mean, it sounded to me like, complaints that they're put in that are properly documented, very clear on what the rule violation is, that there would be responsive to those. Unfortunately, a lot extra gets added to the complaints. And I think that becomes harder and harder for them to parse through what the complaints are. So my takeaway was, from us who are knowledgeable about things, if you're making a complaint, you make a very specific complaint and they'd be responsive. But it also seems, as we noted, similarly to Stella noted during the pandemic era program, there are many small problems throughout, but perhaps not disqualifying, right? Meaning that there's small things that were maybe misunderstood sometimes, and, it was a little bit of clarity and, whatever it was, because the rules are a little not quite clear, as we've also found out, but we did point out a lot of the problems and our whole community board are actually present on MacDougal Street, for example, the tree pits.
Perfect
We
little-
pointed out, hey, here's where the problem was before and after the old program, places that previously had stuff, places that didn't, they're all there. Seating in the amenity zone, which was prevalent on one side of the block.
Right, on the eastern side, there's a lot. If you walk on the eastern side of MacDougal, there's a lot. There's high tops set up in the furnishing zone, also being known as the amenity zone in the old program, in the temporary program, and
A lot of clarity about. not
yeah.
allowed to have-
Well, I think when I said to, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was to say, one of the important things, they made very clear that you can't have side awnings on the roadway structures.
Right.
And so if it's raining, for example, you can't enclose them. It's only on the roadway and whatever that specific rule is. And they were very interested in that. That was something that seemed to be a key element to the program.
And I was honestly surprised that there's one roadway cafe, and I won't call it out individually here, that I was like, oh, I think it, but it was like, nope, it's this, and it's this, and it's this. And I had a list of like what we had gone through, so I knew, and then some of our forms, with the feedback, so I would know. But yeah, so something that I thought was like, oh, like it seems somewhat, like trying to be somewhat, they said it wasn't, so.
Oh, and then with the issue of scaffolding, that was in place in one of the buildings, which is another problem, right?
Between
There's a lot of
Houston and
businesses.
Here's the
Bleecker.
rule, if there's scaffolding for fixing the building itself, what can you do under a scaffold?
Well, what I brought up
Thank you so much.
wasn't that, right? What I brought up was there needs to be more clarity, I think, to the building owners and businesses if there were different ways of erecting the scaffolding that provided clearances. So there's more thought in that, because unfortunately, a lot of the, we've seen this just through my work with the business improvement district that I sit on as a representative of the board. And I know from other ones have talked about this. Many in the commercial thoroughfares, they've been investing more money in the scaffolding when it's put up in front of buildings to have the newer styles, which have the arches and they're put up much higher. And I think that they create stability in a different way, which is through more the architectural design. And I think if that was more aware.
More, you have more room. And
Yeah, and that's a
Well, more importantly,
lighter.
it's just the measurements.
Yeah.
That if you use right, and so if you don't use the standardized
You don't have
scaffolding,
those.
you may actually have room for there to be, for a lot of our business, able to maintain their tables and chairs, because apparently they're able to have them underneath the scaffolding now.
Yeah, I think also it's like.
That was the main.
Are they allowed to have them underneath the scaffolding and then still keep the clear path from the scaffolding? So if you have better
Well,
scaffolding.
my point was which was that if you had, so one of the scaffolding that we saw was set in from the road about 1.5 feet.
Oh, yeah.
And that created a part of the issue. Now, I'm not sure if that's a requirement or not. I have no idea. But my point was that this hasn't been discussed, and it would be very good for businesses for there to be a discussion about that, so people are aware beforehand, and you can discuss it with your building owner or whoever's putting up the scaffolding. Because that's a huge
To be proactive.
issue, because the scaffolding ends up staying up for a whole season for many businesses.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was just something that, and the small business service representative seemed to be interested in that.
But he brought up accessibility as an
Yeah.
issue to be addressed. So I thought that was interesting. So again.
But it's just a really good street to bring up.
Yeah.
And then there were unfortunately not the condition that's at night with all the cars parked in the bike lane,
Yeah.
which was the other issue.
Crazy,
And, there was no 6th precinct representative, but we talked about why, the street is sometimes closed by the precinct just because it is too congested with the cars parked illegally, and so.
Yeah.
They close it, the 6th precinct?
They just put a police car there and say
Yeah.
you can't go down there because it exacerbates the people cruising.
Yeah, exactly.
Stopping for
Alright.
food, somebody's blocking it, honk the horn.
Some people are intoxicated and they don't want them going in and out,
That's pretty much it. All right.
Cool.
Yeah, so I think that's it. Thank you guys for your time and thank you everyone online.
See you, Donna.
Bye, Donna and Cherie, Darlene, Pete,
Thanks, Cherie.
Susan Ginsburg. Thank you so much. And everyone have a good night.
Yeah.
Bye.